does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh,
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
So stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel the same. 'Cause you'll always be been a broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Yep, I'm a little bit late today. Sure am. Had to take care of something real fast. Lisa, do you want to hear it one more time? You want to hear the intro one more time, Lisa? Because I can play it for you. Matter of fact, I got a new one. You want to listen to it too? Hold on one second. Let me switch over to the laptop. All right, let me get this pulled up here real quick.
Happening tomorrow, the YouTuber accused of stalking and harassing the family of Sebastian Rogers set to appear in court. Andra Lynn Griffin, a.k.a. Bullhorn Betty, was arrested last month for violating the restraining order Sebastian Rogers' mother, Katie Proudfoot, placed against her. Bullhorn Betty has been following Sebastian's disappearance on her YouTube channel. Proudfoot claims on that channel her family was accused of harming her son.
Oh, basically, she has Cork Seeker. Thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I appreciate that, love. Thank you for showing love to the hive, baby. Naomi, member for 2 months. How are you, beautiful people? Let's see here. Let's last the stalker, a Bullhorn Betty, lets us call out the news, huh? Did I pin the link already? I'm not even sure if I did. All right, let me pin that bad boy real fast. Hold on, baby. Look, no wire hangers and literal Davis fam have been dropping some good ones too. Here, we'll play no wire hangers real quick.
For fair use for purposes, such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that may otherwise be infringing.
We're still covering the case of Sebastian Rogers. We're still trying to find answers. I'm glad to have a national team helping. I'm glad to have a private security firm looking into it, or whatever they are. I'm just very thankful that I feel like, maybe Sebastian will truly get a fair shake. And I hope that this leads to answers. I really do. It sounds like Dog and Nick are committed to this case, much like I'm committed to this case. I don't think I would have fought so hard on this case if it wasn't for the haters being so nasty to Seth. That really, really bothered me, that people could be so heartless. And I didn't want him having to fight all these people. I don't mind dragging somebody. They didn't mind dragging me. I have no problem opening my mouth. I have no problem condemning somebody. I have no problem telling them they're stupid. I have no problem calling them dumb. I have no problem calling them out. And I will continue to do so, because these people have not a scintilla of fact on their. These are the same people that said that Roberta and Chris Laundrie had no knowledge and we were just being mean to them. No, well, 2.5 years later, everything we said was point blank accurate. Why? Because our batting average on this channel is very, very high. Very high. We're not a run-of-the-mill dirt garbage channel that has nothing to do but sit on our butts and spew hate. These people have never, on these channels, never helped. They've never contributed. They've never posted a flyer. They've never held a parent. They're willing to get off their ass to go to a court hearing over me, but not get off their ass to go search for a child. These are the types of channels that people will deal with. Okay? They're hateful, they're evil, and they cannot be trusted. All right, guys, God bless. Rock it out with your coffee beans out. We're going over to church. See you soon.
I'm still just as petty as the old me. Still remember everything they told me. So tell these mother.
Other than I just want people to keep. Really have much more to say. Other than I just want people to keep Sebastian front and center. I've had some heavy costs keeping him front and center. And I'm a big girl, and I'll get through this just like I get through everything else that I've gone through in my life. At the end of the day, I've done nothing wrong, so I've got nothing to worry about. I feel like if it's just explained to the judge, everything will work out in my favor. And we all know that I did not commit any crimes in that town, which is ludicrous for them to even state that I did. It's just stupid. But that's just it. Keep it about Sebastian. Everybody can, if you need to, go to the library. If you have a way to go up to the library. Trust me, guys, I know you're probably thinking, who would do that? Believe it or not, dealing with social media here, yes, people would do that, without a doubt. So we want to make sure that the flyers are getting up. So if you are home, that's the one thing you can do to really help is post a flyer on your utility pole, right? That's the number one thing that everybody right now can do to help this case.
Yep, I'm muted. Give me a sec. Yeah, I was muted at first and then didn't realize it was on mute, but then I had, my neighbor came by. So, Valerie T, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the Hive. Love. Toby Marie, please show the JLR rap song. You want me to sit? You want me to put it on now? Let me put it on now. Here, we'll play it real quick. Start this Sunday afternoon off the right way, huh?
Yo, Seth Rogers, I heard you like 'em young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Ah, wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us.
They ain't like us. They ain't like us. What the hell you doing? DB's on these streets. Thank you for becoming a new member. I appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of the Hive, baby. I know I shared it. I just haven't pinned it yet. I put it in here, though, a couple times. Hold on, I have another video. This one's about the old Betster, and it's like 20 minutes long, but I'm going to try to speed it up, okay? Hey, Miss Brittany, how you doing, baby?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I seen you guys were kind of congregating over there on Kathy P's channel.
I just wanted to apologize for having the technical difficulties yesterday.
Oh, it's okay, honey. You ain't gotta apologize for that. It's mainly StreamYard that does that bullshit. It ain't you usually. You know what I mean? Usually it's not the person. It's StreamYard tinkering with you.
But I still felt.
Oh, there it goes. And there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Out already, baby.
Oh man, every time I try to come on your panel, it does this.
It just cuts right off like mid-sentence.
I'm sorry, I'll hop down.
Oh, it's all right.
Hi, B. Tim.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
So Betty is convinced she does not have court on Monday.
Well, I mean, when you're sitting in front of a judge, that usually means you have court. That's my understanding of court. When you're sitting in front of a judge and the judge tells you to be there, that is court.
Well, Betty doesn't always have to do what she's told.
That's the sad thing. But don't worry, Betty. I'm sure you're not going to jail on Monday. I'm sure that's not going to happen. That's sarcasm. You're going to jail, buddy. You're going to jail. You're absolutely going to jail. And I would suggest you figure some sort of accommodation where to park your car, have someone be able to watch your car, move it around, maybe give the keys to Tony Mathis. I don't know. But it's a very bad day it's going to be a very bad day for you, Betty. I think you saying kiss your white bread ass was not a very smart tactical move. And I think your continuous threats on the family who have like our restraining orders is not going to work out well. But you keep on keeping, you know what I mean? Keep on keeping. I'm sure, this is not going to bite you in the ass.
But doesn't the docket show she's on there Monday and Tuesday?
Yeah, she's got a whole week in Tennessee, and then she's got another court hearing, and she's just gonna have a very busy travel day this month. Very busy. The Bepster is going to be very busy.
She's worldwide.
I wouldn't say worldwide, but I definitely say statewide. She's definitely traveling from state to state, not in the good way,
Nationwide.
Nationwide. That's it. That's the word. That's the word of the day. What's up? But yeah, anywho, gonna be very interesting, I'm sure. She's basically pissed off almost everyone, and she's going to jail. And I looked at her judge. Either one she's gonna get. Either the old guy that looks like the judge in one of those old movies where like they sentence you to 100 years for jaywalking.
Look up that judge. That judge doesn't play around. If you look up how he rules, he is a very stern, like no holes barred judge.
I don't know. I'd be kind of worried if that was my judge. I'd be like, I don't know. He looks like a hard knocks judge. Kind of would hope for the other lady that was like for the mental health lady, but I have a feeling she'd be tough too. So it's not a good day for the Bepster.
Well, when Clue popped up here last night, we were explaining about the vigil auditor, and she's like, "You're fucking with me right now." I said, "No, ma'am, I'm dead serious. Make sure you do it right because there's somebody that's watching."
Yeah, absolutely.
Nationwide is on your bond.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Still lives in Nashville, and she's the same as me. Hey, Kathy P.
Hey, Kathy P. How are you, love?
Yeah, I can't believe there's some people that think she's gonna walk away. Yeah. Those are the same people that gave her money for an attorney.
Oh yes. Those are the same people that buy her snake boots and cameras and just think that what she's doing is just the best thing ever.
I'm sure she's not. That's not going to bite her in the ass. I personally think she should have hired a lawyer in the beginning. That should have been her first move. She should have taken it seriously. And guess what? She probably would not have gone to jail. She probably might have been able to fight off the TPRRs, maybe, if she had a good attorney. But she didn't. She took it not seriously. And now she's facing jail time. And I think
she refuses to behave. And now she's been on the news 3 times just for this incident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Queen, can I ask you something?
She might have had to step away to finish up whatever she had going on, Britt.
Oh, okay.
I'll pretend to have Queen. I'll pretend to be Queen. You can ask me. I'll pretend to be Queen.
Okay. How do you think Seth is gonna?
Oh my gosh! It just cut out on you, Britt. Britt, go back and stand by your router, real close to it. Don't walk around.
How do you think Seth's gonna deal with it? I think he's gonna deal with it. He's gonna make sure he's in front of a camera and begin to cry, and then he's gonna go back to, laughing at her behind her back, saying, "What a sucker." She got played like a fiddle.
Well, once she explains everything to the judge, it was all just a big misunderstanding. He's going to see it from her perspective.
I'm sure that just like the last judge in that civil case saw it, really felt for her and didn't just dismiss her fucking entire case out of the courtroom and laugh her out of the courtroom. I'm sure, just like this judge. I'm sure this judge who I'm trying to let me see if I could pull up a picture of this judge. Yeah, the judge does not look good. I'm looking at the judge. I have like a thumbnail of the judge. He looks like the judge I would never want to be standing in front of if I was guilty of anything.
He looks like your friend's grandpa, who's also a senator and a judge and an attorney and plays a lot of golf and belongs to a country club.
Pretty much. He's like the judge that would sentence you to 100 years in jail for fucking jaywalking if you broke the law. Like 3 strikes, you're outlaw. Like, yeah, life, go life. I'm going to have some fucking martinis after this, but you go to jail. Doesn't even understand her charge. She doesn't understand her charges. She thinks that she's going to go in there and like skate through there. She's going to better hope that lawyer she's hired is fucking fantastic. Like, she really needs a great lawyer. Like, this lawyer is going to be working hard for his money. And she's not treating that lawyer right. That's for damn sure. One, you only answer yes, sir. Pretty much, Coco. Pretty much.
Yes, sir. No, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, all of those things. It's good luck, Betty. Good luck. This is going to be fun.
I'm sure. I work hard for my money. Bet's got to work hard for her money.
Oh, fuck. What'd I come back to? You singing hard, working hard for my money.
I work hard for my money.
The judge is going to say, wop, 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 wop.
6 years.
Yeah, Betty can get a free public defender. She doesn't need a lawyer for her criminal charges. She can get a public pretender. The ones that
will treat her right.
Amazing job, yeah. Yep.
The ones that will treat her right.
The ones that work side by side with the judges and the folks that don't like her.
Yeah, the one that she called to kiss her white bread ass.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how he's gonna like that.
I'm hoping that he plays that clip, to be honest with you, because I really do agree with her that it should be live streamed, her court case.
Listen, I believe that because she's like Kathy P is pointing out, like she's always gotten by with very little consequences.
Well, and yeah, we said that from day one because her mom looked for a judge. So
right. And I believe
always bonded her out, but you can't do that here. You know what I mean? She can't do that here because she doesn't know people like that.
That's what I believe. I believe now this judge is going to see all of this lengthy past that she has with very minimal punishment. And I believe now he's going to be like, I think it's time you get to learn a lesson. Hard be it lesson you're going to learn, but I really believe.
What would happen if she went to jail for he was like, okay, now you could do a year in jail.
Well, they would take her there and she'd sit in jail for a year. What else would she? I mean, there's nothing else she can do.
I'm saying, what would you do in that situation?
And what do you mean? What would I do?
I mean, we all got a year of
nothing you can do. I mean, it is what it is.
Would there be like a party stream or something? I don't know. It'd be an amazing stream.
We put a pin in it and wait for a year.
We put like a countdown stream to when she's released.
Yep. 360.
You will have nothing but fucking time to sit and file lawsuits on all y'all.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna enjoy it. I mean, but the problem is she doesn't have a fancy library. It's gonna be isn't it not like actual prison? It's like a jail.
It's a county jail.
Yeah.
Well, jail's a lot different than prison.
Yeah, they're not gonna have a library, right?
They have 5 to 10 books on a fucking little rack?
Yeah, there's a little rolling
library. They don't have a library, no. They have a bunch of, they have like I said, 10 books on a little fucking rack that you can check out and check back in.
I like how you answered me you should know this by now.
Yeah, I was to say they ain't got no fucking library. That's like saying they got a kitchen you can just go leisurely get your coffee and shit. No.
This isn't a hotel.
Nancy Drew books. Yeah, maybe that'd be Nancy Drew books. She could finally learn how to do true crime from Nancy Drew.
I generally believe that they are of a religious breakdown. Generally.
Yeah, I think you're right. Grits and biscuits. I think you're correct. She'd fucking pull a Sarah Boone and constantly write the judge nonstop.
You mean like begging for mercy? Judge, I didn't
No,
mean
telling him how her constitutional rights are being violated and doesn't he know what the fuck he's doing? That kind of no.
Oh, you mean like stalking the judge and threatening and harassing?
Yeah. Do you even know what you did? I'm gonna have your job. You can kiss my ass. I can see it now. She'll write a whole ass book to the judge.
Can we get access to those letters if she actually wrote those out of the jail? And read
No,
them?
not to the judge. No, that's between that would be between her and the judge. But to somebody else, yeah. I mean, you can get her jail calls.
One would think.
How do you think they got all Wade's jail calls? Fuck, they good. Don't you see Wade Wilson? I mean, they're going all through his jail calls.
Yeah.
So, don't you think that it would have been smart with just if you were a smart person, you would be prepared that this happened? So one would have thought that maybe she would have done the research for like commissary and where people could provide financial resources when she finally gets put where she's going to get put. But this one is so, what's the word I'm looking for? She's so in denial that anything's going to happen. Like, it's not going to happen to me. So overly confident that she's going to walk away. I bet she doesn't have any of that stuff set up.
No, I don't think she's going to have anything set up. If they take her to jail immediately, she's going to be fucking shocked.
And I don't think they let you get phone numbers out of your phone or any of that stuff. Because like when my sister was going through her stuff, she had a little piece of paper with everything written down on it that she needed to know.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think she's going to enjoy being in jail. It's going to be a very unfun situation. Very unfun situation.
Talissa, thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the Hive, baby. She will try to be a turtle bot, a turtle boy.
Yeah, but the difference is people actually gave a fuck and gave him money. Like they gave him like $110,000. Like they're not giving her nothing.
Sonia's going to have to be out here with a free Betty tin can. Free Betty, free Betty.
Free the Betster.
Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you.
Hi.
Yep. Usually when you say can you hear me now, we can hear you and then it cuts out.
When Sebastian comes.
Yep, there it goes.
There it goes again.
She'll say, can you hear me now? And we can hear her when she says that, but then boom, it cuts off. Aunt Kathy's story time, get the 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the Hive. Lollipop Girl, member for 2 months. Thank you so much for supporting.
Do you remember back in the early 2000s, Queen, the Verizon commercial? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yep. Yeah, that's what this reminds me of. Because can you hear me now? And then.
Damn it! Did it cut off again?
Yes.
Yep. Oh. As soon as you said, can you hear me now? And then boom, as soon as you said that, it just cut off.
Just say it quickly as you can. Just spurt it out.
I think it's gonna happen when all the fame goes away from Seth.
He's gonna have to go to work. When all the fame goes away from Seth, he's gonna have to go to work. I mean, that's pretty much it.
I believe his life's gonna go back to being what it was, mundane and boring. And it's just that. I believe that he's not happy inside of himself. If he were, and he were okay, he wouldn't be doing all of this and connecting with all of these people. It would still be a united effort like it was in the first 12 hours or whatever. So.
Oh, by the way, let me see. Anyway, Yeah, it's not going to be good for him.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's definitely not happy with himself for sure.
Yeah. By the way, I typed something in the back, Queen, if you want to read it.
Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Army Mom 2020. You need a panel with Betty to-do list before jail. She better figure her own fucking to-do list out.
No, that's on you. If you're facing that, you need to do your own personal research to know what you're going into and all that stuff, right? Like that's 80% of Betty's problems is that she doesn't do enough pre-research before putting herself into these messes. And I'll be damned if I'm going to do somebody else's work for them.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, she could try to make a doo-wop in jail. You need honey buns for that one, though.
A doo-wop. I'm fucking done with you. Have you ever had a doo-wop?
I might actually make a doo-wop just so I can see like prison edition, just to see if I can do it. To be honest with you,
what the fuck is a doo-wop?
Me, Tim, you're fucking killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
All you need is some like honey buns.
Can I get my?
Shit, sorry, I gotta square this off. What'd you say now?
I'm just saying, you need some Oreo cookies, some peanut butter, honey buns, some like dry milk, like it looked like dry milk, you know, like the powdered milk.
Powdered milk.
Yeah, in a plastic bag, and you can really put it together in some time, and some M&Ms to toss it up. You know,
where the fuck you getting powdered milk from?
I mean, whatever the guy.
Maybe it was powdered creamer.
Yeah, you know the creamer, like the dry creamer.
Oh, I was gonna say, the creamers. Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's what probably I would be, looking up in jail. I'd probably not eat it, but I'd probably use it to pay off the other people so they wouldn't like beat me up in jail. Just a thought. Be like, here's this doo-wop, guys. Please don't beat me up today. That would probably be the hope and the dream. But anyway.
Well, I just want to say thank you for having me up, Queen. I'm going to go run some errands, and we know how my microphone doesn't like it.
All right, baby. Well, you have a good day.
You too.
We'll talk to you later, love.
Bye.
Bye, Brett.
All right. So this is, I know JP's funny as hell. JP phone calls with Bolo Betty.
Can I get my phone call? I just want my phone call. That's all I want. I mean, Sheriff Craddock has already stripped me of my civil liberties. Yeah, I mean, I was wrongfully arrested. Can I at least get my phone call? Thank you. Hi, Mama Bullhorn. Hi, yeah, they arrested me. I mean, we knew it was going to happen, right? I mean, I told you that they were going to arrest me, and they sure did. Yeah. So right now I'm at the Montgomery County Jail, and I'm going to be here for a minute, and then they're going to come pick me up. Well, they messed with the bull, and now they're getting the bullhorn. Yeah, they heard me. Yep, they heard me. They want to silence me. They want to yeah. Yeah. I know I did nothing wrong. I know that. I know that. Yeah. Well, they're scared. They're scared of 5 foot nothing, 135-pound little girl. That's what they are. I'm out here raising my voice for this child, and they just want to strip me of everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I might need bail money. No, not as much as the other times. No. No. Oh, Mama Bullhorn, you're so funny. I know. No. The last 42 arrests definitely added up, but I think this one's going to be cheap. Okay. All right. I'll call you if I get to my next destination, the next jail. All right, Mama Bullhorn. Thank you. I'm all done, ma'am. There you go.
much longer do I have to be here? Also, do you have Wi-Fi? No, I can't have this. I am a member of the media. Yes, I can actually have this. Yeah, you know not to poke the bear. You know not to poke the bear. All right. All right. Thank you.
I kind of imagine that's what's going to be like being in jail for the Bepster.
Oh, I think there's going to be more tears than just. I think we didn't see enough tears in that.
Yeah, the Bepster's not going to like it in jail.
Salty, what kind of coverage will be at the courthouse tomorrow? Well, I'm sure Clue will be there. I know Texana is going to be there. I know there's a few other folks that are going to be there that don't want to be recognized or live streamed or whatever. You know what I mean? So they'll be there. I know that I'm sure Cletus will be with Clue. They'll both be there.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a nice little network of people all around there that we can have full coverage, right? They could all go under the same media umbrella. YouTube news reporters.
I'm sure she's gonna enjoy that coverage. I'm just hoping, the sad thing, it's not live streamed. I was kind of hoping Court TV would live stream it so we can see her cry and go to jail. That would be interesting.
Cash, Betty out of the boat and in a Nile?
Denial. Boat in denial.
Oh, I see the D there. Okay, I was just saying okay. Wow, man. She really listen. She was back to fucking hanging up flyers on poles again after she was already fucking told not to.
Today?
Yes.
Oh my God, does she realize that she could be fined for every one of those by the power company? And this woman's so silly.
She's stupid. She is basically just racking up charges, and she has no clue what the fuck she doesn't realize that she's in a bad position. Mm-hmm.
Pushing it for real.
She probably has code enforcement. Wouldn't it be funny if she had code enforcement following around undetected by her, and they're just taking pictures of every offense she does?
Imagine that lady that was on last night is following her with a team of teachers.
With her GoPro in hand.
just snitching on it to the cops. Be like, listen, Betty's putting up another post. I have the video recorded.
She has fucking nerve to say she's at work. Bitch, stalking is not work. I guess that's your way of putting in work, right? Good Lord, man. All right, here we go. This is bright and early. This is bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to go stalk some folks and hang up some fucking flyers on poles that she ain't supposed to. Here we go.
Just an little bit. I ended up walking off and leaving one of my monsters. These things are expensive, like $3 or $4. I think I got 2 for $6.59 or something like that.
You definitely don't need that
on her roof. She probably set it on a roof and fucking drove off with it up on top of her roof.
She don't need that fucking coffee. That shit fucking winds her ass up, and she don't need that. She's wound for sound as it is.
Yeah, people should not be drinking 3 energy drinks a day. That's really bad for you, and you can actually might get heart palpitations. But, I don't really give a fuck about Betty, so whatever.
Shit, all I got to do is sign into YouTube and I get heart palpitations.
But keep on drinking that drink, Betty. I suggest you drink 4 a day. Drink 4 a day. Don't mind me.
Oh, well, I guess I just needed one. I guess I'll stop by and get another one. Good morning, everyone. I don't want any friggin' problems with these animals. So, there you go.
She don't want any freaking problems with those animals. Back
She
to
is
blue,
not.
Betty. Back to blue.
Well, she's making sure she's not speeding. She's driving a mile under the speed limit.
You have it. I hope everybody's doing well. I figure we'll drive around for about an hour or so, and then I'll get to work and get up to date with everybody. It's pretty overcast today so far. I'm sure once the sun pops up, I'm sure it'll move its way on. But either way, we have some things going on. So we're covering the case of Sebastian Rogers, Wayne Drake Rogers.
What the fuck is going on with her hair? What the fuck does she got going on? Because this is not no messy bun. This is like a desperate one.
It's like what Wilma does with her hair from the Flintstones, except for she didn't put the bone in it because she had to leave that with Delilah, so Delilah would have something to play with.
He's a 15-year-old autistic boy. We've been the only.
And every fucking time she has to say 15-year-old autistic boy. He can just be a 15-year-old boy. He doesn't have to be autistic every single fucking time you say his name.
Channel. Well, I shouldn't say we've been the only channel. There's been several channels that have kept to Sebastian and only Sebastian and have not engaged in the gossip or the BS or anything like that. I've been watching since Nick the Hat and Dog the Bounty Hunter have come aboard to help aid in this. Been watching.
They came aboard to help her?
Danilo Cavalcante, when he escaped.
I didn't even realize my mute was undone. Can you guys hear it? There's an echoing.
We were hearing it just fine.
Okay, I just didn't know if you were getting feedback because my mute was off. Like.
Okay, I didn't hear any echoing.
So I tried to pop it off real fast to see if it was like double. You know how sometimes like when Sapphire Jules, when she does it, like it'll echo really, really bad, and you can tell her mute's off because you can hear it. So I was trying to make sure mine wasn't doing that.
Prison after being convicted of murdering his girlfriend or something to that effect. Long story short, I haven't watched very much because I haven't, I've been doing my own thing. You guys know how busy I've been and how much I've been working. Hey, everybody that's coming in, please talk in the chat. Mods know how to handle it. If my mods are in, I see some blue. I can't read the blue because I don't have my glasses on. Hey, Mod Squad, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm getting started this morning fairly early. It's kind of overcast, but that's okay. It keeps the roads clear, right? It keeps the roads clear. Unfortunately, I'm not in church this morning. I forgot it was even Sunday until just now for some reason. I would have been in church, so I guess I'll catch the 11 o'clock service and everything like that. And for those that don't know, here at the Coffee Club, we always put out our hands and ask you if you haven't spoke to the Lord,
Is she really telling people to be speaking to the Lord? Stop that right now.
Yes. Yes,
Betster, stop it. I'm going to need you to cut it out, Betster. Somebody was just up here and they jumped down before I could get them up.
So she can't read the chat without her glasses, but she's driving and doesn't have her glasses on either.
Yeah, this woman is doing something highly dangerous and she's an idiot. But she's done multiple stupid things. Like, J.J. Rowland, when she was live streaming a search and not even listening, and basically wasted everyone's time and could have killed that child if she would have passed by that kid and not listened to that kid call out because she was too busy with the stickers on her yoga pants and basically walked past that kid. And just like how she's driving recklessly down this road where she's live streaming, we're looking at her chat and can barely see, she can kill someone, family of people or whatever, by driving a car and actually slamming her 2,000-pound car into them. So yes, she doesn't care about anyone's lives. She's never cared about anyone's lives because she's a selfish, evil woman who only wants to destroy anyone's life that gets in her way. So yes, I'm not surprised about that.
Sidebar, AK-47, what up, man?
Hey, what's up? I wanted to wish you happy birthday, but I was so busy that day. Can I say it to you now? I gave it to you last year. Do you remember that?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for thinking about me.
Oh, well, happy birthday. But I just want to give my 2 cents in about this crazy crackhead. What? Who knows about this woman? She's off the chain. You know, it's all burning down. Like we're all waiting her to go to jail again, and for quite a while until she figures out what a dumbass she is, and going after this. I can't believe. I mean, all this craziness. We all been wondering, is she on drugs? And quote, this is me saying this, not anybody else, but I mean, holy crap. When is the train gonna wreck? When is she gonna run into through the wall and she's gonna find herself in jail? I mean, how? I mean, even if I was in her shoes and I did all this shit, if I go to jail, nobody's gonna bail my ass out, okay? I mean, what does she think? She's Superwoman or something? I can't understand the logic of her mind, where she's going and how is she doing this. And money, the people who are giving this money to her, is this insanity. I mean insanity is doing the same thing right over and over and thinking a different result. I mean, no, this is not going to happen for her. I just train wreck. I mean, and she sponsors, like, her politics and all that too at the same time. So I'm just this train wreck. And by the way, too, Molly, I'm not going to go through the whole name. I think you all know that. Jumping on the bandwagon. This is hilarious as hell. I didn't think it would come to this, but it's enjoyable. And whack, whack, crack, crack. I like that video. Do it one more time for us. Peace. Love you.
Talking about the JLR.
Yeah.
You want to see JLR? Wop, wop, wop. Whispers in the shadows. Thank you for becoming
Do it for me. So
I got you, man. I got you. Whispers in the shadows. Were you just up here trying to get on panel? If so, you can come back up. I'll pop you up here. All right, here we go. AK, let me take this down real quick. Hold on. Here you go, man.
How was your trip out?
JLR song, huh? About Sean Rogers.
AK, how best?
Yo, Seth Rogers, I heard you like him young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah, 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 wah. Done, you messed up. Wah, 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 wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us.
Or another, eh? This is awesome. So peace to you, Queen. And I know the battle's gonna go down, but BHB, I call it Butthole Betty anyways. But I mean, she's gonna go down and I can't wait for it. So like the rest of us. So peace to you, Queen Bee. Love you.
All right, we'll see you later, man.
All right. Knock me out. Bye-bye.
See you around, man. See you around.
Later, yo. Good old AK-47. He ain't from Sumner County. He ain't got a fake accent.
Or he's not an accent
Have the Lord
bigot.
in your heart.
He what?
He's not an accent bigot like us. With the
and he's not a racist either.
Yeah, I know.
Or anything like that. We do as a group go to an online church, and we do this for a reason. I was looking for a brick and mortar church, and then I didn't realize that I had a lot of people in my chat that were ailing. They had ailments that prevented them from being mobile. And some of the people in our chat, or believe it or not, are bedridden and watch us regularly and do what they can from their bed, right? And so it dawned on me that there's people out there that really want to go to church but have no ability to go to church. And so it was thought, because of this wonderful church in Clearwater, which is not too far from, it's a little ways from my house. It's out of the way a little bit, it's like an hour and 15 minutes from my home. But it was such a uplifting church and they had online service that we started doing this online service. And it was kind of crazy because I expected maybe 10 people service. So if you guys would like to come over, legal expenses, all of the parents' backgrounds, there's definitely some because to be honest with you, we need something like that because I don't know what's going on here. You know, it makes me very concerned. We have a situation where a 15-year-old boy went into his home, and law enforcement are perplexed as to how he left his home. It's leaving many people like me very uncomfortable about the situation. We've reviewed all of the parents. We've dived into all of the parents' backgrounds. There's definitely some things to say about that. We've fact found as much as we possibly and humanly could with boots on the ground, and we did uncover some misinformation, and we corrected that misinformation. One thing I can tell you is one of the reasons why I'm insulating Seth Rogers so much is because he was at work. He is the only one with a true blue, verifiable alibi. He is the only one that has been going out searching for his son regularly, never stopping, always on the phone every single day when he's not out in the woods searching for his son. Every single day he is on the phones with people, making things happen behind the scenes with the FBI. You know, we've got Tony, his spokesperson, which is working the media circuit and trying to get him in national spotlight, which brings it out, takes it away from, you know, social media and puts it in front of millions and millions of people to look for his son. Because at the end of the day, it's not about personal petty squabbles. It's not about YouTube BS. It's not about haters hating, you know, this, that. No, a parent that's missing a child don't care about that unless they don't really care.
No, Bets, you're the only one that cares about shit like that. You encourage the father of a missing child to sue folks, taking away from more time looking for his son and whatever he's got to do. So shut up.
Care about finding their kid, and then you'll start seeing them go to criminal channels that don't mind doing unscrupulous stuff to put
criminal channels like Nick the Hat, like Dog the Bounty Hunter, like yourself. What? Please elaborate on these criminal channels.
Doubt and to misinform and to distract from the case at hand. And we see that very often in a lot of cases. Summer Wells, Don Wells, and Candace Bly is a great example of running to criminal channels to help them in you know, cause problems and run searchers off. This feels
well, I mean, at this point, oh my God.
Do you realize that she just laid out all the stalking she's done of this family?
No, I didn't even think about that.
Like what she was just saying, we've gone through this, we've gone through that, we found misinformation, we've corrected it. And the reason we're so insulating around Seth, like right there, she's helping to contribute to the divide while laying out all the things that they've dug into on the Proudfoot and Bowersox families. This is absolutely insane. She doesn't even realize what she's saying. I'm convinced now. She doesn't realize. She thinks that she's doing something good.
Yeah, she thinks she's doing something good for her pocketbook. That's what she's doing.
There's a lot of resemblance with this case and Summer Wells' case. There's a lot of resemblance with this case and the Gannon Stout case. There's a lot of resemblance with this case and the West case. So you have a lot of things that you can pull from because we've been all over the country. We've monitored a lot of different cases, and there's every year we dive into at least one case, you know, feet first, and just for example, Summer Wells, the Idaho 4, the Colin Knapp case in Pasco County. You know, we dive in. What was her name? Sakala. What was her name? She was an older lady. She went missing from her home. They ultimately found her deceased, her remains in a weird spot on the side of the road. So it looks like she might have had a medical event and just succumbed to those injuries or to that medical event. I don't believe there was any foul play associated. Ruth Sakala, that's her name. You know, so there are several cases that we should jump in with both feet and just dig. And we are not just journalists. We actually try to help. We post flyers. We get out in the woods and we search. I mean, we've hurt ourselves. We've fallen in holes. I mean, look at Layla Santinella. Jen Santinella was out there in the woods searching with us. I mean, that's what we kind of expect from parents that have missing children. I can tell you that Jennifer Santinello has an adult missing child. And I can tell you her grief is real. Her anxiety is real. Her urgency to find answers still a year later is real. These are a lot of things that we're not seeing in some of the family members. Now, I don't know if you guys watch this channel called Court TV or this man called Vinny Politan, right?
She cannot be fucking serious right now.
I mean, it's not a famous channel, you know. Who knows about Court TV? I don't know. Who knows?
No, just a little channel or that guy Vinny, you know.
Yeah, who knows Vinny? I don't know who this Vinny guy is. Never talked about him ever in my life. Never commented on his shitty thumbnails for his personal YouTube channel that still uses blue as a background and looks like some 10-year-old actually made it. Actually, that would be an insult. 10-year-olds, 5-year-olds made it.
And have we ever actually seen her fall in a hole?
I wish.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, I would kind of want that.
That's what she said. She's like, we get out here and we fall in holes. Well, where? Because I would love to see the footage of that. Dude, I would probably go out and go find a fucking hole in the middle of nowhere and go fall in it just to recreate that bullshit.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
You said...
Yes, I did, bitch. Yes, I did. I would go find a fucking hole in the middle of nowhere, and I would go fall in the motherfucker just to give us content. Yes, you bet your ass I would. I'm that committed.
So, I think there's a lot of people that would want to see that. I'm sure.
Oh, fuck yeah, there is. Like, I'm telling you, I'd go viral. The bitch that fell in the hole.
I don't think you'd go viral. It depends on how badly you fell into that hole.
On how big the hole is.
Yeah, it depends how big the hole is.
Your mic just got super extra loud. Voices, I don't know what the fuck happened, but it just went from being fine to bam, super loud.
I'll go out and come right back in. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I heard somebody say, gosh dang. All right, here we go. We'll play a little bit of this while we're waiting on her to get back up here.
Really great guy, down to earth guy, and always great coverage. Well, he just did an episode, I believe it was last night or the night before, on Summer Wells. And way to go, Vinny, for keeping Summer Wells' name and her story alive in national media. Kudos to you for doing that. But he had a person on his channel, and she was some kind of forensic psychologist, I believe. And there was something she said that just really resonated with me in this case. And she was talking about Dawn Wells and Candace Bly. And Chris McDonough was on that channel as well. Kudos to Chris McDonough. And Chris McDonough, you know, they were talking about the living conditions. And, of course, he showed his video that he did related to Summer Wells, meeting with Candace Bly at her home. And then he ended up...
Chris McDonough goes over that fucking video a million damn times. He's been over that video probably at least 100,000 times. Same fucking video, same bullshit, review after fucking review of the same goddamn video.
Yeah, pretty much.
Taking her over to the water bowl, or maybe they started at the water bowl and went back to the house. I'm uncertain, but I feel like they started at the house first. I don't know, so do your own research on that. And she believed that what Candace was saying, for the most part, was fairly truthful. And then there were certain things, the way she said it, that she said, there's problems here.
Problems? What's up? Is that better? Talk voices so we can hear.
Okay.
Okay.
Better?
There we go. Yep. Perfect.
And one of the things that she noted was the fact that Candace lacked the urgency or remorse, i.e. /grief. And how that is one of her biggest red flags, or something to that effect. You'll have to go back into Court TV. I think it was titled Summer Wells. You all can see it for yourself. I'm pretty sure I watched it on YouTube, not Court TV. But it could have been something that was on Court TV that hasn't quite made it to YouTube. So you might want to check it out. But I know there was Summer Wells was titled, it was in the last 48 hours, if I had to put my money on it. And I'd like you guys to watch it. I think it's like a 45-minute episode. A really, really good episode. But
what the hell? She gearing up to start talking about Summer Wells again? Let's skip through some of this.
On his face, you can see too. I think that this man has something to do with his son when he does not. He's the only one with a verifiable alibi.
Where's this verified alibi? Who verified his entire alibi?
No
Who
one
did that?
did. No one did. The
Right.
only people that
No one did.
verified it, yeah, like the police have not come out and says, yes, we have him on video. He has a verified alibi.
Chris is the only one with a verifiable alibi. Do you not know how Crane? We all know how the Crane process works. Like they've got to badge in, they've got to crawl up, go up a ladder, all the stuff, all the things. Chris is the only one that has a verifiable alibi at this point.
Yeah. So I don't know what she's talking about. And the problem is, like, she talks about how Seth has to be cleared. Cleared means you need to be a suspect. You don't want to be cleared. They basically are not looking at any of the parents as suspects. So this whole thing about, they all need to be cleared. No. How about you just wait for the police to do their investigation, and that's it. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But it is what it is.
He's very emotional because these people don't talk to this man. They have no idea what he's going through, and they don't mind clubbing a grieving father over the head. Meanwhile, we have a whole other side of the family that has its search post actually tore down flyers and has spent more time coming after me covering the case than they have putting effort into locating their own child. It's been very difficult to weed through that, but when you start listening to the professionals, forensic psychologists, analyzing these cases, and they're saying, whoa, this is...
Well, the way you're acting towards these families is a whole other ballgame, bitch.
I don't think Chris McDonough threatened anyone with a gun and confronted them in the middle of the road. Even as much as I don't like Chris McDonough, I don't think he's ever done that. I think you're the only YouTuber out here who thought it was a great idea to confront the grandparent or the parent, grandparent of a missing child, or step grandparent, and then proceed to talk about getting your gun and doing a GoFundMe to get a gun, just in case you have to shoot someone in a missing persons case.
No.
Yeah, she's the only one. So I don't know what she's talking about. She's the only one that's done that. No one's going to support that position. And Nick the Hat seems to want to support that position, thinking it's like freedom of speech. But Nick the Hat is a fucking idiot who I wouldn't trust fucking 5 minutes in my house alone, let alone with a case.
You do realize, you guys, that she just touched on Summer Wells, Layla Santinello, so the Tennessee cases that are all right around where she's at.
Yeah. She's got to touch on those cases because she needs to make sure that she has something to fall back on. You know how it is.
Listen, I hope that all of this, like, you do realize the judge would take that into consideration too. Oh, so there's other families in my state that you're going to mess with.
Pretty much, Voices. Pretty much that's the thought process. She's planning on moving on to other people because they got, she needs a new group of people to victimize.
And you know what I just noticed? I don't think she's in her actual car. Look over her left shoulder. There's a blue strip right there. I've never seen that in her car before. It's the same color as the lanyard.
Well, maybe she took a flight and then just rented a car over the weekend. Maybe she thinks that she's going to jail and she doesn't want to have her car left in another state.
Well, I mean, I think it would be more to have a rental car in your possession when you were incarcerated. I mean, that's a higher risk, in my opinion. At least if it's your own car, you own it, and rental car, you're renting it for the day, and then it's somebody else's property. But I don't know. What do I know?
I'm sure they come to retrieve their property. They'll probably be like, "Yes, ma'am, we know you're in jail. We're going to charge you extra, but we'll send someone to retrieve the car." Because most of these cars have GPS. So basically, they can just go get their car, bring it back, that type of deal, So.
Okay. I think it's like a cerulean blue, if I know my colors well enough.
Maybe. But yeah, she's not having a good day. She's going to have a very bad day tomorrow. I just don't know. I wish upon a star if she goes to jail there was like a still image of her face, the realization when she was about to go to jail. And that'd be fantastic.
Okay, so she came to another state in a rental car, so now she's trying to hide so she looks different while she's doing all this stalking. That looks great, Betty. That's just wonderful.
Yeah, it's the usual stuff. It's the usual fun stuff. You know how it is. You know what time it is.
Listen, I think Betty's doing great. I think she's doing just absolutely great. This has been great Sunday morning content. I am praising God and thanking the Lord that I am not Betty.
WNC Granny says, wonder if Seth will still show up at the courthouse. I have this feeling a lot is happening behind the scenes for good. Makes you wonder. It's Clue season. Thank you for becoming a new member. Let's see.
We will see.
It's not normal. You know, the rest
What, baby?
I said, we will see.
of us have to listen to them, and we have to absorb that. I mean, they went to school for this. I'm not. I'm a Jackie of all trades, master of none. These people are masters in their class, right? She's on that.
She said she's a jack of all trades, master of none.
She can do everything from auto mechanics to drywall to lawyering.
That's not a good thing, Betty. That's a bad thing.
And we have to absorb that. I mean, they went to school for this. I'm not. I'm a Jackie of all trades, master of none. These people are.
Oh my God, she did say Jackie, you guys. She said she's a Jackie of all trades, master of none.
Like a jackass.
Oh my Lantis.
Are masters in their class, right? She's on that show because she has proven herself time and time again with her abilities as whatever her expertise is. Well, I think it's forensic psychologist, but it might be. But it was it seems like a psychologist type of field. Okay. And so that's the one thing that I got off there. I'd like you guys to all go watch that because it's very important that you do. If we have things that we can pull information from, we're wanting to look at that. We have a problem because we all have ears, right? And we all have these things called brains. And our brains are beautiful. And we all think a little differently. Some people have right side brain thinking. Some people have left side brain thinking. Some people can be very creative in their thought process. And some people can be very analytical in their thought process, right? Brain, left brain issue. So, but one thing we do have is we have problem solving and critical thinking that almost comes natural to us in many cases. And those that cover true crime, those that watch true crime day in and day out, that's watched every, like me, that watched every Forensic File, Joe Kenda File, First 48, those were educational. Even though they were entertainment, they were educational. We were learning things. We were learning tricks. We were learning techniques by watching those things. And we apply everything that we've learned over the years and everything we've watched in the courtroom. And we've learned what circumstantial evidence is, what direct evidence is, and how those apply in a criminal case. We've learned all these over the years from watching and listening and having it explained to us. And then we go over to this case and we hear things like stories changing, timelines changing. One story being brought up at the day that this stuff happened, and then several days later we hear this story, which is wildly changed. And then we hear this next story and things have been added, things have been removed. We start getting very, very concerned when those things happen. Why? Because like Seth, when he tells his story is the same every time he states it. It's not changed. The time's not changed. The locations aren't changed. The statements aren't changed. It's the same story from the first time he said it to today. It is still the same story.
Baby, you need to open your eyes because no, the fuck it ain't.
It might be the same story he told you, but it is not the same story from jump. And she would really do better.
You don't have added times.
What?
She would really do better to use the full quote. a Jackie of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. Because when you don't give the full quote, it's described as a derogatory term to describe someone who's unwilling to focus on one thing.
Yeah.
So she needs to use the full quote of it. Otherwise, she's just calling out her unwillingness to focus on one thing and become very good at one thing while also learning other trades and skills. And I agree. I think the coffee did kick in.
Added people, added this, added that. It's the same. On the other hand, we've had added people to aunts and a cousin. We've had added events such as a thump or a thud. So, and studying for DeVry, that was added on the Nancy Grace show. So, you know, for us that are in here that watch these things and are submerged in true crime and submerged in police techniques and procedures and submerged in, you know, behaviors of guilty people and behaviors of innocent people and behaviors of people that were appeared guilty but were innocent. We apply all of that to these factors. And at the end of the day, inconsistent statements, changing of stories are huge red flags in a missing person case, especially one that has spiraled out of control and is now 7 months in with no answers, no child, and no arrests. Well, except a journalist that committed no crimes. So we have some major issues, and then we find out, you know, after reading certain things, the willingness to lie under oath in divorce proceedings. We've seen 2 examples of it. We saw some from 8 years prior to. We saw some just recently out of a New Mexico filing. Bold face. We know that is a bold face lie attested to under oath under penalty of perjury. And then that is additional red flags for us because in our brain and in our way of thinking, whether you're a right brain thinker or a left brain thinker, it's like, okay, so you're willing to lie about this. What else are you willing to lie about? On the analytical side, we're going to start thinking, naming the ways of what they did lie about. On the creative side of things, it's going to be, you know, a ninja, right? So we're going to be looking at ninja theories and UFO theories. So, I mean, and I'm not trying to you know, play anything down. You know, the creative.
What the fuck?
I don't know. There's now a ninja involved. So I do
Y'all think she grocery shops with that lanyard on? I don't know. I don't know if she does or not, man. With Sumner, hold on. With Sumner County knew she was rolling around recording that's against the law. Oh, I'm sure they probably do. She's on their radar now, so.
Brains are very, very helpful, to be honest with you, because it makes the analytical brain think outside the box, and vice versa, in my opinion. And just like we need, there's always a yin and a yang, and we need both of them to survive, right? So we're definitely concerned about this boy. Not just, I mean, I think the most concern we have about this young boy is the timing. You know, how long it's been since he's disappeared and has not been seen from at all. You know, I'm very thankful for Doc's team for looking at the aspect of him being hidden out somewhere and stuff like that. Me personally, that's kind of left my brain because I don't see anybody going through all of this to hide out the child, you know, and do CODIS custodial.
Someone just sent me a change.org mandate YouTube to remove account of Bullhorn Betty. And it says missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Why this petition matters. Shared by caring citizens is what it says.
Well, that's going to be blamed on you on the filings.
I don't know what the fuck this even is, but yeah, as I say, I just got it emailed here. I'll send it to you real quick. I'm not even sure when this was made. Let's here. I don't even know how to find out, but we'll you can help me figure it out. So there's the link back there. Well, I'm pretty sure it's probably Texana, the one that was up here. She's the one that's got the Facebook group and all that.
She said last night she was going to email you stuff over.
Brandon Queen, she sleeps with your binder. Of course, she shops with that lanyard. too funny.
Yeah, but personally, me, I think like petitions don't actually help you at all. Like, pretty much,
Yeah,
I don't believe in petitions.
it's
To be
kind
honest with
of.
you.
Anybody can start a petition for anything on change.org.
Yeah, and this started on August 30th. It looks like. So it looks like no one's actually looked at it and actually signed up to it.
I am over here giggling. Whoever said that she looks like a cockatiel today, nice hair, chirpy. Oh, you nailed it.
Interference and spend millions and millions of dollars for custodial interference issues. We saw what happened to Carly Russell. You know, she out very well with the hoax she did. It's hard for me to believe that these two Navy people would be creating this hoax, you know, and that's the biggest concern for me is that, you know, I try to apply reality to these cases as well. And I'm thinking, who would go through all of this to hide a child out? Especially a child that's been around their father, you know, every other weekend and all summer. I mean, if you would think if the concern was abuse, which is which the misinformation campaigns are trying to push, why wasn't it done years ago? Why allow this boy to go to his father's house every single summer and stay there without supervision from, you know, or raise concerns in the court about abuse prior to this? You know, there's no established history here. There's an affidavit from 8 years ago. So what? It wasn't a finding of the court. So we have to look at those. And that's been my biggest concern is this doesn't make sense to me I have an analytical brain. And so I'm analyzing this and I'm trying to make heads or tails how this could be possible. And in my brain, it's not. Because again, for the reasons I stated, if it was concerns about abuse, they would have never let this child go over to his father's house every single summer.
Well, I mean, I think it was established that they were gonna try to have him go stay over there, right? Wasn't that what they decided on together as a family?
No, Chris and Seth were discussing that, and I don't think Katie was really into that plan, to be honest with you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Summer. Well, she's been going over to his house every single summer. And he's been going over to his house every other weekend. So where's the concern? Where are the police reports of this alleged abuse? You know, where are these things? And it was the male party that wanted Sebastian gone, that reached out to Seth, and wanted Sebastian out of their home, wanted him full time. They could not handle him going through puberty. They thought he was, in the stepfather's own words, a perv. He was very vocal. He did not want, even on interviews, he did not want this boy around his daughter. We heard from the neighbors that the mom was given an ultimatum, it's your son or it's me, as the stepfather stormed off, and from my understanding, never came back to the home again until this point. So, and then we look back in history and realize, you know, I'm dealing with nicotine issues, right? Nicotine withdrawals and stuff like that. So I'm very concerned about my, you know, I've been trying for years. Let me put it this, not concerned, but I've been trying.
What? She's suddenly concerned about her nicotine withdrawal issues? And Misty Day made a great point. Hey, Betty, Law and Order is not a training manual for an investigation there, sister.
And no, Cash, we don't want to reach out to Betty in any way, shape, or form. Do not write her. Do not call her. Do not message her. Do not fuck with her. None of that. And I don't know who she's. Jen Smuggers, don't take her channel down yet. You guys are no fun. It wasn't us that did it. I don't know who the fuck's change.org that is. It said something about citizens. I don't know whose site that is or who would put that up.
is she getting all of her misinformation she's spewing?
Where do you think?
Her investigation.
Tony and Sean and Timmy.
Sean and Timmy. What's
Shit.
that, Timmy? Sean fell down the well? Oh no, we better go send Jackie to get him.
For years to kick the habit. It's a very difficult habit to kick. And to hear that the mom kicked the habit to be with the stepdad. And I'm thinking, wow, you know, that's a ride or die, you know, type of stuff. You know, I tried to kick the habit for a guy. I couldn't do it. I really like the guy too. Couldn't do it. So it tells you her motivation when it comes to, say, her husband. Just saying, you know, these are things that we uncovered. Who would go through all of this public shaming, all of this public intrusion? You know, if the child was safe and sound, why not just tell law enforcement this child's safe and sound and where the child is, let them confirm, and get back to the father and say, you know, we talked to him, he's healthy, he's happy, he likes where he's at. You know, you're going to have to take her to court to find out where we're out. We found him, he's good. That was our job. We don't have nothing more to do, right? No harm, no foul. These are the things that are preventing me from looking at certain aspects of this case the way Dog and Nick are looking at certain aspects of this case. But I'm also
I wonder what she thinks about JLR's little rap song.
Do you think it's him that she tried to kick the habit for?
I don't know. I thought he was a smoker too. Maybe he's not. He's always you always seen him light up cigarettes. So I thought he was.
I meant JLR, not.
Oh no, I was talking about Sean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking it was JLR. She really liked him. You know, he's her little poppy.
Huh.
Did you just say little poppy?
I did.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
realistic.
Go ahead, B. Tim. I'm sorry.
You go. I just said just contemplating now. Just one.
And thinking, okay, well, if I start searching for bridges and waterways that need to be searched by boat and sonar, Terry Lynn is taking over the ground searches and setting up search parties for that, which reminds me, if somebody's in the chat, please give those details. It's going to be September 14th, and it's going to be at 11:30, and I think they're meeting at, if I'm not mistaken, the Boot Barn. It's off the Long Hollow Pike. Get with Terry Lynn if you'd like to participate in that. I want that to be a really big ground search. So all hands on deck. If you have the ability to put time in, please do. This family needs you. Sebastian needs you. We are Sebastian's army. This is Sebastian strong. We will be strong. And get out there. And then on the flip side, we have Dog and Nick working the mindset of him being how. So I feel like now we have full coverage of Sebastian, and people are doing, search teams for, where he could be hid now. We've got search teams for land searches, and I'm going to be identifying search areas for boat searches. And if we can start figuring out how to get boat teams involved, I'm not one of these people that are going to do background checks on people coming out to volunteer their time. So don't worry about that. You don't have to. It's all hands on deck. We're trying to find a 15-year-old boy. We can care less about your background. If you're here to help, we're going to take the help. So that's kind of where I am mentally and in my processing of this case. And I think everything is really, really good. I feel like we have full coverage of this case on several different fronts. And the only front we don't have coverage on is the air front, right? We don't have planes, but hey, we got drone teams, right? We got drone teams here on social media. So we can do it land, sea, and air, searching for this boy. And so I hope people start coming together and start putting their talents to use for the good, not for the bad. We all have the ability to help, but we need to keep it focused on Sebastian. A lot of the falling out is the attacks. That's where the falling outs have been. It's the constant attack. It's the dirty-handed stuff. It's the behind-the-scenes stuff, the behind-the-back stuff, the daggers in the back stuff. And when they're called out, they want to, just go scorch earth. And quite frankly, nobody really cares. I mean, some of the audience want to fight about it. Okay, so what? I can tell you somebody that's in here for Sebastian, they don't give a crap about the noise, okay? You'll find that out very quickly, that they don't give a shit about the noise. They don't care about being dragged. They don't care about being plastered. They damn sure don't care about being arrested for chunked up charges when they have committed no crimes. I can tell you that. It's not stopping the effort for Sebastian in lack of efforts for Sebastian. So we keep strong. We're going to keep pushing on. I love the people that are here for the good, you know. And I feel like we're weeding out the problems on these platforms. We're getting them all kind of caged together. They're all associated with one another, so we can point and say, stay away from them, right? Because they're.
You know how fucking ignorant she is. She tried to say that me and fucking Savage were friends, and that I'm like, are you fucking serious? You ain't been watching what's been going on over here? I know you have, you lying little fucker.
Well, that doesn't help her conspiracy that everyone's working together. That it's just a group. It's not just a group of people. That it's actually multiple different people that don't like each other, that simply just don't like her even more. I mean, that's the truth. No one likes her. There's no one that likes her on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, real life, her neighbors,
Hey, Sonya
animals.
likes her. Sonya likes her.
Well, Sonya's like the only one. Even animals don't like her. Pup cheese don't like her. No one likes her. You know.
Hell, that snake
Not
died.
even pup cheese don't like her. Shit. Well, I do have her sped up though, Ellie Mae. I do have her sped up though. She's on 1.5, so she is talking pretty fast with that, but I'll slow her down a little bit.
They've basically pinned themselves in and pinned themselves together. It's going to be hard for them to break apart. And even if they have a falling out, most of their reputations are already so far trashed that nobody's really going to believe them in situations like this. So that's where we're at here. We're just going to keep it focused. The bottom line is we have a lot of facts on our side, and we have enough to formulate opinions, formulate our perspectives, and obviously have a lot of criticism to boot. So we want everybody out there. I would love nothing more than seeing the entire family out there in a coordinated effort searching for their child, but that's just not the case that we have at hand. We have one parent that's standing alone, fighting for his son, and everybody else running away and shutting their mouth. That it does not make people like me and people like my audience feel very warm and fuzzy inside. We get very, very concerned when we see and hear stuff like that. And I can tell you personally, I'm very concerned for the well-being and the health of this child. It's been over 7 months, or excuse me, it's been right about 7 months, and there's been nothing. Now, we know that there's family in Georgia. We know that there's family in North Carolina, folks that are.
Listen to her just naming this off like she has any fucking right to be talking about their family, where they live, fuck that.
Yeah, we have one guy who has basically used, let's talk about Seth. Seth has basically used this opportunity to enrich himself via GoFundMe and Cash Apps and to live off being famous online, and basically play it up for the cameras and be in 3 disorganized, useless searches, while the parents of, Chris and Katie have gone on legitimate news channels and actually said their piece, disappeared, and focused on doing billboards and actually keeping quiet and working with the police and cooperating with the police, and has not been shitting on the police and been thanking them. Who's actually doing a better job? Yeah, just a thought. Well, thank you, Crystal. But I'm just saying, like, everything Seth has done has been bad. Terrible ideas that basically resulted in more drama, more BS, and bringing more grifters onto this situation. So, I don't know. I didn't see what Seth did. They say this. He's been searching the woods every day. Okay. Am I supposed to take your word for it? You're a fucking known liar. Seth's a liar. Tony's a liar. I don't know what you're talking about, him searching the woods. I mean, first he's injured. He barely can even walk. He's in tremendous pain. He can't move his shoulder. Then I see him ride a motorcycle with no issues, standing, leaning forward with 19 slip discs. Then that he's now searching the woods. But meanwhile, why is he not telling anyone which parts of the woods he's searching so people don't have to research the areas that he searched? Why is it not an organized search? Why is he spending all his time listening to YouTube and being a mod for your channel, multiple mods for other channels? I mean, like, really, who's really taking this seriously and who's not taking it seriously. In my opinion, Mr. Seth Rogers is not taking this situation very seriously and using this as an opportunity to attack his ex and also to enrich himself in a lot of ways. But that's just my opinion. Sometimes I have an asshole opinion, and that's just my opinion. Oh, yeah, and don't forget that Chris and Katie don't throw shit at Mr. Seth Rogers. I'm sure they have enough dirt to bury that man 10 times over, but they have chosen not to. They've chosen to take a higher road than me, because if it was me, oh, I would be fucking shit. I would be telling all your dirt on this motherfucking platform. I'd make sure everyone knew about how much of a person you are. But that's the truth. So who's taking it more seriously? The people that are working with authorities, working with the police, not putting their own money on trying to spread awareness for their kid, not muddying the waters with 3 different call lines and, to call up and causing drama, or the parent that has used this opportunity to make tens of thousands of dollars, a minimum of $50,000 probably, in his sister's name, by the way, only goes on channels that drop his Cash App and basically hold these charity events that basically just praise him and say how great he is instead of spreading awareness. I'm sorry, but if I was to choose who took this matter seriously, I would pick Chris and Katie. I don't think Mr. Seth Rogers has taken this situation very seriously, but that's my opinion. And you can clip me. You could say I'm bashing Mr. Seth Rogers, whatever, but I'm criticizing his bad behavior and how he has not taken this situation very seriously. Just like I gave, I told Granny's watching this morning, how do you deal with a grease fire? Well, you don't throw water on the grease fire because it just makes the fire just blow up and get even bigger. You remove the air. You put a thing over it to stop the air from coming in. You snuff out the fire. That's what Chris and Katie have done. They snuffed out the fire. They haven't jumped on YouTube multiple times and did more interviews. But unfortunately, Mr. Seth Rogers keeps on throwing that water down until his entire house burns down. Yeah, I actually don't think you would do that. I don't know, man. I don't know about that, Captain. Because if I had this motherfucker literally in a chat, trying to harass, in a chat harass, with someone who's got multiple orders of protection, I'd be pretty fucking pissed. Very pissed. But that's my opinion. You can hit the play button. I just want to say that. I think everyone walked away. I think they realized that I ranted. They all just started doing their routines, clean up their houses.
I was just, listen, I couldn't get my mute button. I had to make Control D, take my mute button off. Nope, I am just sitting here hanging out. There wasn't anything I could add to what you were saying. You covered it all.
Yeah, I'm just tired of this narrative that people say, Seth is searching for his son in the woods. No, he's not. Sorry, no, he's not. He's not. You know why I don't think he is? Because if he was searching in the woods, that guy would be live streaming it. That guy would be posting videos about it. You know why I know that? Because everything else has been posted and been screenshotted, and he's always been on video to make sure that people see that. That's why I know that he's not. And they talk about he's on phone calls with people all the time. That's great to know. That's great to know. We'll see. Is it productive? That's the question. Is he just getting tips from randos or tips that should have went to the cops? I don't know. Oh, there's a post on Twitter. Let's see. Who? SF? Who posted on Twitter?
No, Nick the Hat posted on Twitter.
Oh, I thought SF did.
No, I know you read stuff from the chat, but I already got it.
Oh. Well, you act like that's a bad thing.
Well, it's just some of them that are deleted you'll read off that are, you know what I mean, or ones that aren't. I didn't know if that was what you were reading or whatever.
No.
Somebody already sent it, and it's some more manufactured drama.
Okay.
He's basically saying that Chris Proudfoot threatened Seth that if he talked, he was going to break his jaw or whatever, punch him in the mouth or whatever the fuck, stupid shit.
Oh, I thought he wasn't going to cause drama between the parents.
Oh, did you think he wasn't going to cause drama? Oh, okay.
I thought this was all about Sebastian. I thought Nick the Hat was here to just bring his Illuminati supporters that give him millions of dollars that work with him.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, I mean, eventually he'll leave that Pennsylvania park and actually do something. This very important man that has so much things to do every day.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll see.
Here, we'll pull it up. What?
I think that's the old post.
The one from Nick, you mean?
Oh, I thought we were talking about SF. I'm sorry. I was confused.
Well, Nick's a hack. He's a fucking loser who everyone thinks he's part of this Illuminati. He's literally walking around the woods. He has no office. He has no actual means to show that he acts money. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if like he's just basically by himself in the woods. Also, Nick, the problem with your teeth are you got these nice teeth. They're very nice teeth, by the way, but they're too perfect. You know the uncanny valley when things are too perfect? That's the problem with your teeth. You need that's the problem. That's the same problem that Boogie had. When Boogie replaced all his teeth because they were rotting out of his mouth, they looked too perfect. And that's the problem with your teeth. And that's why people say, like, oh, what the fuck's with the teeth? That's the problem, Nick. Next time. Just a heads up on you. Heads up. That's why everyone's like focusing on the teeth.
Well, and they don't exactly fit that well because it almost looks like they pop off every once in a while.
Yeah, they do look like they're about to pop out. Hell, they might. But, yeah, that's why people are commenting on the teeth. Those are clip-on veneers. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Nick almost looks like him, JLR family. I don't know. Exactly. I forgot the toothy glue. Oh, I didn't know about the toothy glue. I didn't even think about the toothy glue. Nick the Hat or whatever, stop. Okay. I bet he got punched in. I don't know about that. I think he probably never got hit once in his life, to be honest with you. I think I think he never got hit in his life. So, that's my opinion. I mean, this guy's just full of shit.
Hey, Cap, what's up?
I was just putting in the back. I'm in the back alley, bitch. Oh, Lord. I'm coming over. I'm coming through the back, bitch.
Hey, Cappy.
Leave the gate open.
You got a comment on my comment about his teeth?
I actually was. I totally agree with, like, a good dentist will tone down that bright white color, like, to an off-white color. You know what I mean? Like, when people get veneers that are just stark fucking white, it looks so unnatural and teethy. You know what I mean? Like it makes it look like you have like 1,000 teeth or something. You get what I'm saying? Like it.
I do.
I don't know. I prefer the more natural veneer look when
And generally,
people.
what happens is when people drink coffee or they get their teeth will get a stain on them, right? And so then that also helps to dull down that really bright white. But
Right.
if you can't eat with those in, then they're never going to get that stain aging on them, right?
Right. Well, if you get like the real veneers, you can eat with those. But I've heard some horror stories. Like I don't want to pivot and fucking go on to another subject, but
Sidebar.
yeah, there's this one lady, Winter Blanco, who had a lot of nerve damage, and it's affected her a lot. Like it's bad with getting her veneers done. But anyways, yeah, bitches be crazy on these streets, and yeah, Nick the Hat, sure, buddy, sure, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
Hey, Cappy, you think she's going to jail?
She just might. I don't know. She's pretty brazen and ballsy when it comes to her whole entire court situation. So who knows?
And how long do you think she'll get?
Not very long.
I'm hoping for you.
Well,
I'm
I don't
hoping.
know. Well, you know what? I say that because in my state, people just don't get very long ever because it's overpopulated. But she's in another place, so maybe she'll actually do her time. I don't know.
She's in the state where you fuck around. You might not have a fuck. It's not like
Right.
California. They're like, hey, or New York. It's like,
If
hey,
you
look.
murder someone, you can do 10 years, and maybe if you're good, you'll get out in 8. Who knows?
Yeah, this is the state where they're like, oh, you jaywalked, 6 months in jail. like I feel like that. And
Dude,
she's
they decriminalized jaywalking in California, actually, which is really funny.
Oh yeah, I remember the day that it was passed jaywalking. Mayor Giuliani passed like a some sort of ordinance to get be ticketed, and the first person who got ticketed for jaywalking was him. He was the first.
That's hilarious. I bet the Gaudis love that.
Yeah, it was funny. I think he just pissed off the police, and they were just waiting for him to jaywalk.
Remember that picture of Giuliani? He had like that, that fucking that quickie job dye on his hair that you just like shoe polish dye, and he was sweating, it was like dripping down his face. It was hilarious, man.
Yeah, he looks like he was melting like a wax figure in the lights.
Fucking hilarious.
That was hilarious. That was the funniest fucking moment on TV, to be honest with you.
I'm not a huge Giuliani fan. I'm not a huge Giuliani fan.
I don't know. The thing is, he cleaned up. Like a lot of people say, he cleaned up like the crime around here. Actually, it was his. I think it was like the police chief or something. He had a great police chief, and the problem was he fired him. He got jealous of the police chief and got rid of them. Like there was a great police chief, and he got rid of that guy because he was too jealous. So, like anyone that was like bigger than him, he would get jealous and get rid of.
That's what I'm talking about.
Got rid of him because he was cutting into his profit margin. Do you think?
Coulda. You never know. You never know.
Oh, so this is Nick the Hat's next bullshit news. What's this one say?
Well, let's see here. It says if Seth opens his fucking mouth, I promise you it won't ever open again. That's from Christopher Proudfoot, Sebastian Rogers' stepfather, threatening to murder. That doesn't mean murder. It won't ever open again. That doesn't mean murdering, but okay. Threatening to murder the biological father should he dare to speak. I was tagged in this TikTok. This is why we can't find Sebastian. Who else was threatened?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, hitting him in the mouth or making sure his mouth doesn't open again means hitting him in the mouth and having it wired shut. So that doesn't mean that doesn't equal to murder. That equals to getting your jaw jacked.
And generally, why do people get their jaws jacked? They're lying.
Or running their fucking mouth.
Oh yeah. What I was gonna say also is when Betty said that we are Sebastian Strong, we are Sebastian's army. Like 9 out of 10 times when that is said, it's from some weirdo that has like a self-serving like agenda to uphold. For some reason, I don't know. I've seen some really genuine people out there that don't say that shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to make a blanket statement and say it's all people that say that, but just often, you know?
Well, yeah.
It's like it's part of the ownership of these kids, how like they act like they belong to them. It's so weird to me.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird that this guy is spreading fake news like he always does in his fucking weirdo glasses. His very nice weirdo glasses. Which, by the way, why the hell is he wearing sunglasses in like a not that sunny day? That's just me. I don't know. Maybe because he doesn't want you to see his eyes because you tell if he's lying or not.
To look fucking cool, to look fly, motherfucker.
He's. I heard that the statute of limitation does not run out on what Seth did to Katie at a young age. JLR song hints about that. Clue, what do you think? Oh, we're not Clue, but I don't know. I don't know. His bookie from Casino. He's a bookie from Casino. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel, you know what the thing is? I don't know. I feel bad for Katie, to be honest with you. I feel real bad for her. A lot of people have attacked her, and also, I don't know, man, with that situation. I don't know. I don't know about the legal ramifications on that or the will to like, would Katie ever testify or anything like that? I don't know. I don't think so. I think she doesn't want anything bad to, she doesn't like him, but unlike Mr. Seth Rogers, she doesn't want anything bad to happen to him. You know what I mean? That's my feeling.
I think it's wild that Betty is endorsing Nick, Nick is endorsing Betty, and all the while, Betty is facing a lot of legal problems. I just don't see how this is going to bode well for any of them.
It's not. It's going to lead back to people. But you know what? The person in the middle of all this is Seth. In the middle of all this stuff, I meant pizza. No problem. You didn't have to send another super chat. I saw your chat. Don't worry. You don't have to do that. But I don't know. I don't think she would ever testify against him. I don't think there would ever be a situation like that. I just think it's to me, when I hear like he first met her at that age and 21 and he's 21, red flags immediately come up and I'm like, and I'm just shocked that so many people are just like not picking that up, but whatever. She was 13 when she first met him when he was 21.
No, 12 and 22.
12 and 22. Okay,
12 and 22.
It's even worse. So, and then did not imply that there was anything, because like all I know is that she was 18, right, when they got married or something, or like they had a kid. They had to.
Listen, I know that they got married when it was like when she was, I think it was 18.
Yeah, which to me is like sketchy. Just saying. So I feel bad for Katie. I think there's some more other things that happened, and I feel bad for Katie. That's just my opinion, and but it is what it is. What's your thoughts, Cappy? The Capster.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. That's really gross.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't pick that up. And if you ever say
Even
something
if she
about,
was, okay, listen, even if they followed the letter of the law and she was 18 when they got married or hooked up or whatever, he met her at 12. And didn't he make a comment about, like, I knew she was the one or something like that? That's a
Yeah.
rumor.
yeah,
Oh, he did.
it's,
He did. Okay, so
yeah,
you're eyeballing a 12-year-old when you're 22, and you have your mind fixed on you're gonna be with her someday. That's a problem, in my
yeah,
opinion.
and no one raises an eyebrow about that. She was pregnant during the wedding. Yeah, that's the weird thing. He told her when she was 14 that she would be his wife one day. That was from Pineapple. So it's
Wow.
like there's a certain letter that comes into the alphabet. It starts with a G and ends with an M at the end. And I often think about that when I hear something like that,
It rhymes with the word broom.
yeah. So that's why I don't really look. That's why it's another reason why I look at Mr. Seth Rogers in a different light, and why, you know what I mean, than most people. Because to me, it's like this is a man who did that. It's a very weird situation with me. But I don't think she would ever want to throw him in jail or anything, because this is the father of her child. I think she actually, she doesn't want anything to happen to him because she loves her son Sebastian Rogers and doesn't want to put her son through that. But still, I mean, what that guy did
It's
was
like a
very weird.
baby still then. Okay, so 15 years ago she was 18. She's young. She's only
Yeah,
33.
I think she's 36.
Hey,
I'm
Kathy,
sorry.
look at back chat. There's the breakdown of the laws.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's probably why That's why I kind of laugh when JLR does the song, because it's kind of true. She's 34. Thank you. I laugh when he does the song. If you catch my drift, because kind of true. Kind of true.
Well, just knowing that would explain why Chris would stand between Katie and Seth. I mean, we've
Yeah.
seen the way Seth. I mean, he talked about how she ruined his life. Like all the things. So that right there does not make me side eye any time that Chris has been like, nope, I'm going to stand between this. This is going to be. I will deal with him, so you don't. And I don't fault him one bit for that.
Yeah, and Chris is the big bad guy. Okay, you guys. I mean, honestly, that's why I kind of look at people and say, like, everyone says, "Oh my God, Chris is a monster." I'm like, I didn't hear Chris do anything like that. To me, that's pretty bad. what Seth did is pretty bad and pretty gross. And if you know what I mean, like, that's just weird to me. But yeah, that's why I have that's another dimension of my side-eyeing Seth. Didn't Sean also say, I'm going to read the screen, he says, I don't know, BTM. I think it could be prosecuted that state. It might not be up to Katie. Who knows? What'd you guys say, Cappy?
Like Chris might have said something like that, or, there's some things where, okay, he doesn't seem like a nice guy or something, or people might not like what they've heard regarding his treatment of Sebastian. But then there's this other guy that you're all like rooting for, who has gone on panel to panel and said like atrocious things.
I mean, not only that, there's a report of like him claiming that Sebastian accidentally fell on his hand.
That's fucking ridiculous. Like, if I was a social worker, I would fucking like laugh at you and fucking throw the book at you.
That shows the gaslighting, how far he's willing to take his gaslighting attempts, how far he's willing to emotionally and mentally manipulate.
Yeah.
Again, that's why
Exactly.
I put him in that category of being a dangerous person, right? Because now we've got all these people that will emotionally manipulate, that will mentally manipulate, that do all of the stuff and all of the things, right? And not only that, they also loop their audience in, and they play on their emotions, thinking that are tied directly to their purse strings, and they think that throwing money at these people is going to get them this big dream that these people are putting out. And that's why I say they're dangerous.
Kathy says, didn't Sean also say that is why Sebastian was Rain and Drake in his name due to the miscarriage? I heard about that, but I heard that was just a rumor that was perpetrated in Justin's chat. I don't think that's actually true. But I heard that was just something that was kind of made up in Justin's chat, and that was not true. But that whole thing, with the whole middle name being what would have been the name of the other child, I think that was just a rumor started. They were living together. I heard so many things that he was living together and she got pregnant and then miscarried at 14. I don't know about that. See, like, I'm kind of iffy about that. I know, like, the whole thing. So, like, until I get positive proof, like, I usually kind of avoid that statement. But yeah, I just think everything the guy has done is creepy. And I think, I think about the whole thing, those without sin cast the first stone. And I don't think Mr. Seth Rogers is without sin. Let's just say that much. I don't even think he can cast a pebble. He allegedly told another YouTuber that he was initially helping Sean at the beginning. Oh, okay. I would not recommend veneer clips, or clip-on veneers are better than having your teeth filed down. I had major surgery after my jaw broke in an accident, so I didn't have the choice. Few caps on mine. Well, I'm sorry you had to go through that, but that's good to know, just in case. Lieutenant Trevor Lee mentioned the name thing on Granny's panel. He said Sean told him about it. Yeah, but you know what? Like, it's a little. I heard it was like a rumor, and it was. I mean, like, I think I asked someone that, and I was told it was just a rumor started up by a YouTuber, and it wasn't true. I think that was a question I asked for, like, a clue.
Well, even so, the fact that it's put out here and it's attached with that's a very intimate detail in a female's life.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I have a lot more sympathy for Katie than, a lot of people want to burn this lady on the fucking, stake. And I'm like, this is a girl who was, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, groomed by an older man, and then proceeds to, when eventually tries to make something of her life to take care of her kid, and then, tries to do so, and then this tragedy happens where a kid goes missing, and instead of getting the support and help that was needed, she gets blamed for his disappearance and gets dragged across all the incident and treated like absolute dog shit, with the only evidence of her guilt being the kid was in the house, so she's guilty. Like, that's pretty much it. And now she's being stalked by crazy YouTubers and being defamed and all that stuff. I have a lot, and having people stalk her, so I have a lot more sympathy. And I get a little annoyed with Mr. Seth Rogers, who targeted Katie when she was younger, and now is continuously supporting the abuse of his ex-wife by jumping in chats and jumping in groups to go after them. It's a very fucked up thing. This is a victim. She was, in my opinion, I felt like she was a victim when she was younger, and now she's being re-victimized by all this stuff, by all this. And that's why I don't have that huge amount of sympathy for Mr. Seth Rogers, because Mr. Seth Rogers is continuing the victimization of his ex-wife with very little proof. Or were you going to say, Boris? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I stand beside you with all of that, Tim. Yes, I agree with all of that. I agree that Seth has used Sebastian's disappearance to get back at Katie for whatever he feels are his wrongs. He has come out here and he has outed more private information than should ever have been. I still think back to the evening that we had the conversation with them, and she was so, it was a cute little story that she shared with us about Sebastian and him Googling about Taylor Swift, right? And she was so cautious. She's like, I would never violate his privacy, but I think that he wouldn't mind me telling this story. And I mean, even on a story like that, that is completely mundane, she wanted to protect her child and his privacy. Now we hear details from a father, and documents got put out because people thought it was their right to go digging into things that happened 6, 8, 10 years ago. And now all the dirties are put out because of the other parent. It's not okay.
For profit.
Yes.
Mind you. For profit. And it wasn't even put out by accident or a casual conversation. He threw down his Cash App and he says, I'll give you the dirty deeds if you donate some money to me. And he was about to do that with Pascal until Mr. SF investigates. I don't know his real name. I forgot. I think it's Steve.
Steve Fisher.
Okay. I'll just go on that side. I'll call it Mr. SF investigates.
I thought it stood for San Francisco all this time.
No, it does not stand for San Francisco.
I think that Betty did too, or somebody else, that I'm like,
yeah.
I can't even shame them because I thought the same thing.
Of course, someone from California thinks it's from San Francisco. You guys think San Francisco's the center.
I know.
Like, you think it's such the greatest place in the world. Used to be.
No, LA is where it's at. Stop it.
San Francisco's where I've heard people that I talked to relatives that've been like 30 years ago, and they're like, wow, that place used to be great. Now it's
San Francisco is an awesome city. It really is. I love it up there.
It needs a little work, let's just say.
Needs a little refurbishing. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So does New York.
I'm gonna jump down though, guys. I gotta go back inside. I actually gotta get some work done out here. I'll keep listening and I'll jump in the chat in a minute.
Okay. Right. Make sure if the crows are bothering you, we'll see.
The crows are squawking, and that's why I keep muting, and then it just extra loud outside. Like it was quiet, so I jumped up here and then it got extra loud again. So
girl, that's what happens. As soon as I go outside, it'll be super quiet, and I'll go outside to have a cigarette, and all of a sudden the wind kicks up, the traffic kicks up, and I'm like, I might as well just go back in the house.
Yeah.
Right. It's fucking hot as hell in there. All right, guys. I love talking to you. Thanks for having me. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. My house isn't hot. We're headed up into the 80s. It was down into the 50s last night. And I finally turned the air conditioner back on because I am not fucking being extremely uncomfortable anymore. I'm done.
You're done with it.
Listen, we're going to have snow before I know it. Like in the blink of an eye, we'll have snow. We've already had snow in the high elevation. So.
Okay.
I think that all parts of this are like, I just wish more people would pull back and not just be willing to ride the witch hunt wagon and the hate train that are driven by the offensive side, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, like, I still don't believe Mr. Seth Rogers is guilt. There's not enough evidence to point that he kidnapped his own son or anything like that. But I do understand why people look at him suspiciously, because there's a lot of behavior that he's done. He's changed his story a couple of times. And at the very least, I think probably because of his lack of supervision with the technology, it might have resulted in him talking to people online that he should not have been talking to, unfortunately, because he left them alone. But that's just my opinion. But and I also kind of just don't, I mean, like, what am I going to defend, jump in, be like, well, people think that you had something to do with it, Mr. Seth Rogers. I'm going to jump there. Not really. I'm not going to join the bandwagon, but I'm not going to jump in with my head first because you decided to be in the chats and all this stuff and direct a mob to attack your wife.
Ex-wife.
Sorry. Ex-wife. What do they say? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Live by the mob, die by the mob. You want to jump on a mob to harass your wife? You could deal with that problem yourself, sir. It is what it is. And people might not agree with me, but it is what it is. No, not right now, Tim, not right now. But there's nothing saying he didn't have hands in this, but not his behavior sucks. His behavior is terrible. everything about it. And I know why we keep on bringing it back, but unfortunately, Mr. Seth Rogers seems to be the center of all this. You got Tony Mathis, you got Bullhorn Betty, now you got Nick the Hat. You know, you got all these people. Then you got Dog the Bounty Hunter, who I think is just a guy who's just trying to gain relevancy again. And I don't think he's really looked into, and I think he's being told a couple of fantasies by Mr. Tony Mathis and Seth Rogers, being like, that's what I think. His charity's a little sketchy, to be honest with you. Just a thought.
I'm with you, B. Tim.
I've never seen a charity that doesn't make $50,000, but yet opens itself up to sell tickets for $20 a piece, and then have other things and be part of a multi-million-dollar and just be like a spokesperson for a multi-million-dollar charity in the same field that he was in. That's a weird one, very weird one. Then you got Nick the Hat talking about we can remove Me Too from you, or we can put Me Too on you, and that's weird to me. I don't know what's going on. Did
we find that post? Grumpy says SF posted a prediction on X 27 minutes ago.
Let's see. I watched a part of the 20 minutes one. I gotta wait for like an actual free one because I don't want to pay Hulu money. I want to find the free one, but if I have to pay Hulu money to watch the whole thing, I will.
Hang on, Big Tim. I can probably screen record it. I have Hulu. What do I need to go get?
The 2020 actual interview of Karen Reid. They released.
Okay, I can probably screen record it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Because apparently, like the only time Karen Reid cried was when she was changing her clothes with her mom or something.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it yet. I'll be honest.
It's interesting. A lot of people were very pissed off on Twitter about Karen Reid. They're basically like they all realizing they've been bamboozled by her.
Titanium build. I wouldn't play it publicly. I can screen record it and send it to him.
Actually, you can actually play it on a live stream, and actually, because I seen Yellow Cottage Chills do it. He just was like, he did like, I don't know, man. He just skipped over everything. He just skipped over to just like the main parts, and I'm like, oh man, it sucks. I wish he'd play the whole thing and did like a 5-hour stream. That would have been nice, but he didn't. Let's see what SF says. 31 minutes ago. My predictions for Bullhorn Betty. 6 contempt charges for violating the orders of protection. Tennessee sentencing law on violation states that the judge shall impose the least severe measure necessary to achieve the purpose for which the sentence is imposed. I believe she will receive 10 days per violation to be served consecutively for a total of 60 days in county jail, with credit for 2 days time served. This is a contempt charge that only requires the judge to find preponderance of the evidence, which means it is more likely than not that violation occurred. I also think she may face additional charges for further violations. Additional violations would be sentenced at 30 days or more per violation. This is all my opinion, but I am certain BHB is going to jail. This is a contempt charge for violating a judge's order. You FAFO'd with the judge order, and you better clear your calendar because you're going to jail. Judge don't let their orders be mocked. Oh, that'd be funny.
Well, listen, I'll take 60 days. I like any amount of time making her cool her heels. Like I would love to see her get 11 months. Absolutely.
If she got 11 months, we would hear no end of it from her. She'd be crying.
Oh, she would shit her fucking pants.
Oh, well, how about if it went even better while she was in there, then somebody were able to go through and knock her channel off, and then, hey, guess what? We don't got to deal with her no more.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to say that, but, YouTube has their own policies and procedures when dealing with people that are using their platform for what appears to be criminal behavior in the
absolutely. Like if she's locked up, she wouldn't have the ability to appeal it when YouTube does it. So, and then by the time she got out, it would be so. Like, listen, I'm still holding out for 11 months and 29 days.
No, I just hope that my hope is that she learns her fucking lesson and stops doing this shit, and maybe stop being a dummy. But that's like me hoping for me to win the lottery 10 times over. All right, I'll keep quiet, Quinn.
Listen.
The health of this child. It's been over 7 months, or excuse me, it's been right about 7 months, and there's been nothing. Now, we know that there's family in Georgia. We know that there's family in North Carolina. Folks that are in Georgia and North Carolina, we need to lean upon you. We need efforts upon you, coordinated efforts to get this boy's face up in the Walmarts, get this boy's face up in the at the rest stops around that state. We need to find ways to help and aid in finding Sebastian Rogers in this situation. We know that there was, a base out in California. We don't know. What if, friends? We don't know, right? So people, our family out, our coffee club members out in California, we're leaning upon you to make sure that these flyers get up in the Walmarts and the rest stops and other areas that have missing child posters at. This is I would say a global search, but it's just a USA search. But we need all of our USA family to kind of step up and do their part. Now, if you need, flyers, if you need things to help aid in that, because you don't have the ability for costs and stuff, we'll make arrangements. If you want to put forth effort in those communities, please do. We will.
Well, we'll believe that when we see it.
And
support
really
you any way we can.
Don't do that, because she's going to want your name and your address to send you stuff, and then you can't control what she does with that information once she has it.
Yeah, you're going to get requests for commissary while she's in jail, because she's going to need to make like doo-wops and peppermint mochas, or get some Snicker bars and other things like that she needs to go to jail. I don't know, whatever essentials. So you don't want really like a possible person in jail asking you for commissary money and crying to you. So I would just avoid that, to be honest with you guys.
All right, you ready?
That. Yeah.
The name of the game is getting this boy's face out there and generating leads that will lead to his whereabouts and locate this child. And that's what's so concerning for me, is we need to locate this child, and this child apparently evaporated from his bed. And again, the story is very concerning for me. The eyewitness statements that we have are very concerning for me. So we all have to do our part, and it's not the easy thing to do, but it's the right thing to do. And we all always been on the side of doing the right thing. So it's nice to see you all. Wow, we've already been talking for 35 minutes. Time to turn around and start heading back. But that's just kind of where we are. Good morning, everybody. We have 500 and some odd people in the chat. Please don't forget to thumb up this live. We're just having some discussions, just kind of.
Yeah, I think more people are catching on to her bullshit. That's what I think.
Did you hear her? She said, we have been live for 35 minutes. It's about time for me to turn around and go back the other direction. So what? You just drove to drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Speaking about how my brain's working, why my brain's processing things the way that it's processing, being very thankful, for Dog and Nick the Hat. I was a little, apprehensive about what their motivation was, but I believe in them, and I believe that they're doing this from a place of good. And anybody doing anything from a place of good will have my support. You guys know that me and Terry Lynn had some words together, but you know what? At the end of the day, she was at that jail when I walked out to give me a hug, and she didn't put it on YouTube either, nor did she record it. So that was much respect to her. And she's doing ground searches to help find Sebastian. Clearly, when it comes to a case such as this, my personal squabbles take a back.
Well, back it up, Terry Lynn ain't mad at you yet. But when she is, that footage will be dropped.
To the overall goal of finding Sebastian. And as you know, I support her efforts. Otherwise, I would not be publicizing her efforts on my channel, right? You guys know if I don't like somebody, I will not, and they're not doing good, they're not going to be named on my channel. That's why I use fake names like Fat Lips and Beached Whale and, certain things where they know I'm talking.
No, you don't. You straight up say Queen Bee or QB or Burnt Toast.
Yeah.
You only do that when you're mad. You only do that when you're really, really mad or had something go on.
talking about them, but I'm not promoting them on my channel. The people that have been watching in our coffee clubbers know exactly who I'm talking about. So we do have ways of speaking about people and being derogatory to people without even saying their name.
You know who can fucking light her ass up without saying her fucking name? JLR.
Right? Just saying.
Just saying.
Right. Just saying.
So I would not be using or promoting her if I felt like her efforts were bad. You know, we're very grateful that somebody is keeping the ground efforts alive and well.
Hold on here. Just send an email to QB. I got it, baby. I send it back. I think I sent one back. I heard that the statute, hold on, WNC Granny says, I heard that the statute of limitations does not run out on what Seth did to Katie at a young age. JLR's song hints about that. Clue, what do you think? I don't know. Sorry, I meant Bad B. Tim. What do you think?
That's a definite interesting.
Valerie, 17 months, said blocked on dogs and Nick's Twitter for one post. Well, their block list is going to be long as fuck if they're mad about one post. Holy shit. Look out. Just saying. Just saying. Hey, Katie K, how you doing, baby?
Very thankful that, you know, we're getting a second set of eyes, real eyes on this case. I feel like Sebastian will get a real shake. However, I hope they're able to locate all the family, but I keep wondering what they're going to do when they kind of, you know, do the full circle and start looking at it from our lens, you know. I'm really upset that I left my other monster at the room. Oh well, things happen for a reason. Maybe somebody's in there that's been working 2 jobs and needs a boost. You know, give them that boost. I'm not sure. I think that's really it. I don't really have much more to say other than I just want people to keep Sebastian front and center. You know,
She says, that's it. I don't have much more to say. 20 fucking minutes later.
Yeah. Let's be real. This lady's shitting her pants. She is shitting her pants. That's why she's driving around. She's drinking.
Yeah,
I don't know why
she's nervous as fuck. Hell yeah, she's nervous.
Yeah.
Keeping him front and center. And I'm a big girl and I'll get through this just like I get through everything else that I've gone through in my life, you know, at the end.
She's pep talking herself right here, right now. I'm a big girl. I'll get through this. I'm going to get through this. I'll be all right. We're going to just muscle on through it. I've got the worst in my life. You know what I'm saying? She's doing a whole ass pep talk to herself right now in the mirror.
I wish to God I was a fly on that wall when that judge sentenced to jail. I swear, just to see her face, like the hope just drained from her face, like that hope that she was gonna walk out that courtroom, just go, and all her hopes and dreams just like shatters. I just want to see that face because that would be.
I just want to watch the blood drain from her face and her turn the color of paste.
At the end of the day, I've done nothing wrong, so I've got nothing to worry about. You know, I feel like if it's just explained to the judge, everything will work out in my favor. And we all know that I did not.
Did she just say, if I just explain it all to the judge?
Yes, she sure
Judge
did.
don't give a fuck about your excuses or your explanations.
Yeah, like a lot of people.
You didn't show up for fucking court and you were served. You had ample opportunity to bring your motherfucking ass to court.
Yeah. A lot of people were very ignorant of the court, think they could just go into the court and have like a conversation with the judge and just explain their position.
Oh, we'll just sit down and chat like old friends and I'll let him know exactly what happened.
That does not work.
Fuck out of here. She knows that ain't how it works.
Like, that's why you get an
She's going to go in and start crying and she's going to be like, I didn't even know this. I've been harassed and stalked. And the judge is going to be like, stop.
Well, the best thing Betty could do is shut the fuck up and let her lawyer try to save her ass. That's the best.
That ain't gonna happen. She cannot shut the fuck up. That's the problem.
Yeah, like that. Like if I was to give you advice, Betster, and this is probably the best advice you'll ever get.
Listen, I'm a world-renowned journalist. It's my job.
Keep your mouth shut and let your lawyers try to save your ass. If you paid him all that money, make him work for it, because that's the only way you're getting out of this. If you have a good lawyer.
Well, did you just hear what she said?
What?
She didn't say my lawyer is going to handle it. She said, I'm just going to explain to the judge and he'll understand.
Yes.
Oh, no.
I believe her lawyer is going to withdraw. And
yeah,
she's on her
fucking
own.
pissed.
Yeah, she's
you know,
Let me rewind this. Listen to this. Listen.
Sebastian front and center. You know, I've had some heavy costs keeping him front and center, and I'm a big girl, and I'll get through this just like I get through everything else that I've gone through in my life. You know, at the end of the day, I've done nothing wrong, so I've got nothing to worry about. You know, I feel like if it's just explained to the judge, everything will work out in my favor. And we all know that I did not commit any crimes in that town, which is ludicrous for them to even state that I did. It's just stupid. But that's just it. Keep it about Sebastian. You know, everybody can, if you need to, go to the library. If you have a way to go up to the library, if you're, my understanding now, this may not be every libraries, but if you are, say on food stamps or something like that, I believe they might allow you, like if you're getting some kind of assistance, I think that you might be able to print stuff out without paying for it. I don't know, but I can't imagine it being too much. I mean, I think one sheet of paper might be 15 cents, 20 cents. Maybe they charge you for the colored paper. Maybe you have to pay 50 cents for one sheet of colored paper. I don't know how the libraries work. But, you know, also if you have a good relationship with your neighbor, I'm sure at least one of your neighbors might have a printer and would be willing to print out a flyer for you if you can't make it to a library. But, you know, ask around. I think the biggest thing everyone can do, like I've got a sign in my front yard in Florida advocating for Sebastian Rogers, right? We can't have, not everybody, we can't afford to mail these big signs to everybody. So, and it does cost money to get even, you know, 250 flyers sent to somebody, which we don't send that many flyers out. I wouldn't send that many flyers out until they run out of flyers, you know, until you get used to the person and see that they are putting them up and not just taking flyers. And trust me, guys, I know you're probably thinking, who would do that? Believe it or not, dealing with social media here, yes, people would do that without a doubt. So we want to make sure that the flyers are getting up.
She said, yes, people on here will without a doubt. Bitch, stop it. The city workers took your shit down because you shouldn't have put it up there in the first fucking place. Katie K gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Miss Katie K. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing love to the Hive. Salty says, can Betty use this attorney for the remainder of your case? No, my case and this case are two separate ones, and she can't use this attorney for the lawsuit and for her criminal charges. It's two separate cases, two separate situations. Upstate, let's see here. Do we really think this idiot has a lawyer, or is she going to be there, balls out tomorrow, trying to talk to the judge like they're having tea in Starbucks? Yeah, she does have a lawyer. Somebody allegedly called, I guess. I don't know who the fuck it was. But somebody called, and the lady said, yeah, she had hired him Friday. So, from my understanding, she does. How long she does, I don't know.
By the way, I got the book, and I'm going to start reading it now.
All right.
I mean, like, it's already starting out great. All
right.
It's going to explain how he started off as a vacuum sales cleaner.
All right. You going to tell us about it when you're done?
Yeah, when I read it, it's only like 200 pages, which is pretty small for a biography.
Yeah.
It's a lot of Bible verses.
It's pretty small.
You wasted $20.
Somebody in the chat made a great point. She wants these people to go to their local libraries, the same libraries that she wants to be shut down.
Well, isn't it funny that a certain person talked about how great libraries are for poor people and how it's great, and then suddenly she starts talking about libraries and how great it is? just a thought that she's listening and robbing ideas from this fucking live stream. Yeah, Betty. By the way, telling people who are on food stamps to spend money on copies for missing people posters, not a great idea, because there's something called they need that money to live. You know,
How
they're
about
getting
buy their prescriptions?
yeah,
Buy
like
toilet paper, buy laundry soap, cleaning products, body wash, shampoo, conditioner, all the things that your people buy for you, Betty.
Well, and if you get food stamps, you can't just spend it on a fucking paper copy at the library. Like, that's not how that works. It goes on food. It's spent on food. You don't think they have regulation like certain fucking machines that... Come on, man.
yeah, like why would you tell
Could you see a
I
library?
don't even know why she would say something so fucking stupid.
Could you see a library, a government building taking an EBT? Wouldn't that be some sort of misappropriation of funds and
Yeah, that would
cause
be
all
illegal.
kinds of chaos?
Yeah, that would be illegal. You can't use
Right.
food stamps.
It doesn't even cover fucking diapers and, I mean, basic essentials for your fucking child. So why would you just go to the library and use it for fucking copies that you're supposed to be giving out for free, that the TBI gives out for free? You don't even need to do all that. People don't even need to give you their fucking address. I don't even know what you're doing out here trying to ask for people's addresses and names, bitch. What the fuck? Shit, don't fucking do it. Whoever's
Like I said earlier, if
don't
you send her,
do it.
You can't control what she does with that information afterwards.
She'd be one of those tell you to go fucking use it at the library and then turn you in for using it at the library.
So if you are home, that's the one thing you can do to really help is post a flyer on your utility pole, right? That's the number one thing that everybody right now can do to help this case. If you can, go to your local Walmart, see if they'll be willing to put the flyer in their whatever. Any place that if you're near an interstate or near a rest stop on an interstate, talk to the people there to see if there's any possibility of getting his face in their board. Every single rest stop that I've been at has a board that has missing persons flyers on it. I'd really like to see those missing person flyers get around this country in those rest stops. Another thing that we learned with Michael Monkey Vaughn is there's this fleet of truckers, right? There's a fleet of 18-wheel truckers that go around that have they're almost like the milk carton, where they put the missing person on the milk carton and then they got away from the carton and went to the plastic jugs, and then the missing person people they ended up going away. Do you know how many kids saw themselves on a missing persons jug? I mean, there's been several kids that saw their own picture on a milk and called it in. We don't have that anymore. So the only way we're getting those out, like on the road, and one of the best, advertisements is those semis, having Sebastian's name on the semis. We heard about this fleet of truckers because a lady was working on it for the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, and I can't remember the name of the organization. Somebody's going to have to go back and look at the organization and maybe reach out to them and see if they'll be willing to help us with Sebastian Rogers, because we need all the help we can get. It sounds like there's a lot of billboards going up, but let's be honest. I mean, I drive all over the country. There's not, in most of these markets, there's no digital billboards. I've literally been driving for 12 hours. And most of the billboards I see on my travel on I-75, most traveled area, are all stationary billboards with stapled vinyl to them. They're not digital billboards. So where are these billboards truly being seen? And we do want them in the surrounding counties, and in the county where he disappeared from. But there's not, there's a lot of digital billboards, but there's not a lot of them on main roadways like I-75. Like they're hit and miss. There might be one or two, but I can tell you, I haven't found one digital billboard on my whole entire ride on I-75. Now, I don't know if that changes on 295 going up. Maybe that'll change. We'll see. But hey, guys. But we have stationary billboards, and those are the ones that cost $2,500 a month. Why doesn't somebody? I mean, especially if you have $20,000 for billboards, why are there no stationary billboards up? that are rented for 2 or 3 months on a major roadway like I-75. You know, I'd really like to see something like that happen, but we'll see. You know, it wasn't our fundraiser, it wasn't our stuff, so we just are at the mercy of who collected the money and where they're planning on putting these billboards up. You know, but with if we were to raise $20,000, you bet your butt I would have a stationary billboard in one of the busiest areas possible to get the most eyes on it without it flipping and changing, because some of these things are only 8-second clips, you know? And I'd prefer having one stationary. These are the really expensive ones. The stationary ones that get the vinyl are about $2,500 to $3,000 and up a month.
Let me guess. This is your new way of trying to collect money to put up a billboard because the blip boards just are so terrible, according to you, right? Is that right?
The blimp boards are terrible because someone she doesn't like has done it. So, of course, it's the worst, most terrible thing in the world.
Yeah, that's how that goes. That's right.
And that would have gotten, that $20,000 would have gotten a prime location for several months. That would have been awesome, you know? But again, just my opinion about that, because we've already got billboards in ridiculous areas as is, just wasting time and money. I looked at some of the areas and there's like literally no travel. Nobody's traveling. Nobody drives by these signs, and they're just spending money on places that aren't getting a whole lot of good quality attention to them. And people are driving. How often? I mean, think about it yourself. If you travel across the country, you're going to have to ask yourself, how often do you look at the billboards? You know, I look at the billboards for gas prices. That's me personally. I don't know if I really look at the billboards for much of anything else other than gas prices when I'm on the road, because that's the biggest cost I have when traveling. So you're going to have to process it with your own brain and see what you think. But if we do, which at this point I'm not going to be doing a fundraiser for billboards. I think the billboards have enough attention to them. I don't like the placement of where they're at, and we do have a blip account. We've had a blip account for years. But if I really believed in the blip stuff, we would have done it a long time ago. You know, it's actually very economical to run blips. But again, I've been on I-75 for over 12 hours, and I don't see, I have not yet come across a digital billboard, and there's a lot of traffic on I-75, you know, a lot of traffic on I-75. So where's the signs? I'm just saying, where's the digital billboards? I'm just saying, you know, again, they're in Timbuktu. We need them on roadways where Sebastian would have traveled. You know, Sebastian wouldn't be traveling on a Timbuktu road. They needed to get him moved and needed to get him situated at, you know, at a family members or something. They're going to be driving on major roadways. You know, they're going to be stopping at gas stations off the interstate, going wherever they're going. They're going to be just like.
No. Let's see. Brandy, which is Michael Vaughn's mom. She said, I just pinned her comment. The blip boards are amazing. We had 2 running in Ontario and many other places. Never a waste for advocacy.
Yeah. I think like her sitting there.
If I remember correctly, I believe SF helped get some up for Michael a few years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's helpful with people who have, like, you know, who want to put together a little bit of funds together for it, and which is better to have multiple signs where you have 8 seconds of prime real estate for a little bit, and then it changes in 8 seconds and changes, or one sign somewhere. I mean, which is better? You know, the truth of the matter is,
you can't just walk into a Walmart and have them put up the missing child's poster, because that all runs, they work hand in hand with the National Missing and Exploited Child Database, right?
Yeah.
So those things always are changing. Also, Katie talked about getting these magnetic signs on trucks. We talked about that with her. So this woman is just mad because she, A, didn't think of it, B, hasn't done it, and C, is about to lose her opportunity to do it. in my opinion, from my perspective.
Like us, they got to use MapQuest or Google Maps or Waze or Apple Maps. You know, they're not going to be able to drive without a map or a mapping system to get to where they're going. There's got to be something. And having billboards in Timbuktu, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think these people even know, because they don't travel. They have no idea where they're placing the signs, in my opinion. Now, if they were travelers, they would know where to place the signs, but they're not. They're just saying, "Oh, this looks good. Oh, this looks good. Oh, this looks good. Oh, this looks good," and that's how they're making their placement. I mean, it's unprofessional. It's obviously, I don't even know if it's even elicited one lead, and we've got now $30,000 into billboards. I don't know. I just wish they had a stationary billboard sign somewhere, just designated for Sebastian. In a prominent place that thousands of people see it a day, tens of thousands of people can see it a day, you know, and it just seems like a billboard on a major roadway would be worth the cost as opposed to having these blips in Timbuktu, just from my perspective. So I truly think putting signs on trucks, trucks, wonderful idea. Yeah, I remember hearing it in Michael Monkey Vaughn. That's the beauty of the work that we do versus, you know, say stationary journalists in one community, is that we have a lot of experience in a lot of different techniques that we've seen deployed that we now know that can be deployed. We have more of an education in true crime, in my opinion, because it's what we do every single day. It's not what we do part-time. We don't cover really any other news other than true crime, missing persons and deceased persons, right? So that's really what we cover. That is our specialty on this channel. That, you know, we know about the logistics of landfills. We know what it goes into landfills.
And she actually literally just mentioned the sign that SF put up for Monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. See?
Very interesting. It's the thing is that she only cares about her own glory, her own way of putting things. And if anyone else does something good, she's just like, well, they're just doing nothing. It's at Timbuktu.
Here, Brandy said it costs about $750 to make 12 stationary billboards with large vinyl pictures, paint, etc.
Mm-hmm. But a Blipboard, how many can you get? You know what I mean? It's just how it is. I mean, I think it's a very helpful thing. I think it would be nice that that'd be done for other missing kids cases, and, you know, somehow that'd be a very nice thing to do. I think it's a great idea. The Bepster doesn't care.
Hell no. She was talking about somebody's got receipts. She was talking about she wants to see Barbecue Lady's receipts. Well, good thing it's not your fucking business and you didn't donate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much.
Let's see here. Oh,
man.
Miss Brittany, how are you? You're up here with us. Miss Brittany.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask one question. When she said Michael Monkey Vaughn, that is a nickname of somebody, correct? She's not insulting a missing person, is she?
That's his nickname.
Okay.
Mikey Monkey. You know, that's
Michael Monkey Vaughn. Yeah, they call him Monkey. Yep, that's what his mom used to call him.
I thought she was insulting somebody. That's what I needed clarification on.
No, that's just a nickname.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought she was like insulting a missing child.
Oh, not today. I was about to say not today. Not the past 5 minutes.
Okay.
Not in this circumstance.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
No problem, Brittany. Glad you were able to say the full sentence. Wi-Fi didn't kick you off.
Right.
Yes, I've figured out that my house has dead spots. Apparently.
Yeah, you got to go stand closer to your router when that happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Tammy, let's see. Do you guys remember the money she collected to put big signs on the country road where Summer lives? So billboards everywhere to be seen versus the sign on a dark country road. Did that sign ever even get put up? I don't think it did.
I don't believe it ever made it into existence. I only know of the craziness behind the billboards. I never heard of Betty actually getting one where she wanted it.
The grift never dies.
And Brandy said, Brittany, you are very sweet.
You know, there's a lot of departments, a lot of police departments that have never engaged in a landfill search, never found anything in a landfill search. And here we've been associated with at least two that produced something. One produced the child, another produced a grown-ass woman. You know, so we have experience, we have knowledge, we've seen this stuff, we know what's right, we know what's wrong. Why? Because we have dealt with a lot of police departments across this country. And you know, like my own Grady Judd in Polk County, he arrests his officers, say if they lie under oath or doctor affidavits and stuff like that. He puts handcuffs on them, you know, and he'll run a news conference and show their face on his news conference. I mean, we don't play in Florida, you know. Usually when parents can't produce a child, they go to jail. So it's very concerning that we had CPS involved in this case. We've had CPS involved in Summer Wells' case. We've had CPS involved in Harmony Montgomery's case. We've had CPS involved in a lot of our cases, and yet the children disappeared. And in many of those cases, the child was deceased at the hands of their parents. And it makes you kind of frustrated because we rely on the Department of Children and Family Services and the alphabet soup to save our children. And we keep seeing one after another with their involvement disappearing and ultimately found deceased, like in the case of Harmony Montgomery. So it's
Well, the case of Harmony Montgomery and Sebastian Rogers are apples to oranges. You cannot compare the two. They're not anywhere even close.
It's rough. It's rough. That's another agency that I felt like took too long to do forensics. They didn't do forensics on the apartment she was last seen in for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Now, granted, she was missing for 2 years or a year before they even knew she was missing, which blows my mind. But it took a long time for them to get into that apartment. But as soon as they got into that apartment, they almost immediately gave us the grim news that Harmony was officially deceased. And that's what we needed. That's what they needed to have in order to charge somebody with her homicide. And of course, her father, Adam Montgomery, was ultimately charged with her homicide, and her stepmother, Kayla, witnessed it. And so did their children, their 2 boys.
Like I said, those cases don't even have their you know, that's a horrendous fucking case. Dog Bounty Hunters, that's a horrendous case. Okay.
That has got to leave scars on those children for the rest of their life. You know, you pray that with their age that their brains will block it off, which in a lot of people's coping mechanism is total blackout for certain ages. And that's a trauma response. It's some type of
I don't really have any words at this point. My brain went, what? I mean, she's she's losing her shit, in my opinion, or she done lost it.
That shit's been gone. So here's Nick. This is like an hour ago, I think. Looks like the same. He's doing like a Tara Lynn. We instead of saying parking lot party, we can say the park party.
We don't want to be here in 27 doing it, but we will be. We don't want to be here when I'm 60, but we will be. And we won't, though, because let me tell you, the companies, there's a reason that the U.S. government and other agencies, but mostly the U.S. government, they work a lot with private contractors because for example, their cases are backlogged. They don't have the time to go through the minuscule tasks, the boring stuff, making sure X, Y, and Z. There's the small, annoying tasks, and then there are the complex tasks. And in this case, we're not on it for any complex tasks. We're not on it for any small tasks. Our job is independent, but it's an interesting one because today we had a conference call with Dog's team, his high-risk fugitive task force, and it's a force that consists of a lot of wild guys and girls, everything from every letter in the alphabet he has a former agent from that had just retired, fresh. So he's got some very good manpower. And then at night has a lot of technology, a lot of resources, a lot of lawyers, a lot of people that can call people. We have, for example,
Okay, what the fuck is this? A bunch of word salad? Do you even understand any of what he's saying?
No,
Yeah,
he's just trying to
saying, essentially, he's saying that At Night Media works with all different kinds of government agencies. They have people in high places that support them, and they private contract. He is trying to say that they work with the FBI and they're private contracted with the FBI and they're associated with people that private contract, as well as they had a conference call with Dog's team, and Dog's team has all of those super cool Uber superhero connections also.
Pretty much.
Will be a call with, I don't know the governor's name in Tennessee, I'm sorry, but One World's attorney is going to speak with the governor out in Tennessee because One World's attorney is the former Pennsylvania Attorney General, right?
Oh, shit.
So that companies like this get involved because of the ability to make
he
phone
suddenly
calls
starts talking baby
to
talk?
get the higher ups.
He said what? I'm sorry.
Do you notice he starts using like baby talk and he starts sounding like Adam Sandler when he's lying?
Oh, I never caught on to that.
One World's attorney is going to call and talk to them because One World's attorney is the former Pennsylvania Attorney General. Listen to it. This guy is a fucking sleazebag, in my opinion.
They're done. One day here, one day next month, I'm talking about this, where we are all in until capture, or in this case, rescue. We want to find him before Christmas. We don't want to be here in 25 doing it, but we will be. We don't want to be here in 27 doing it, but we will be. We don't want to be here when I'm 60, but we will be. And we won't, though, because let me tell you, the companies, there's a reason that the U.S. government and other agencies, but mostly the U.S. government, they work a lot with private contractors because for example, their cases are backlogged. They don't have the time to go through the minuscule tasks, the boring stuff, making sure X, Y, and Z. There's the small, annoying tasks, and then there are the complex tasks. And in this case, we're not on it for any complex tasks. We're not on it for any small tasks. Our job is independent, but it's an interesting one because today we had a conference call with Dog's team, his high-risk fugitive task force, and it's a force that consists of a lot of wild guys and girls, everything from every letter in the alphabet he has a former agent from that had just retired, fresh. So he's got some very good manpower. And then at night has a lot of technology, a lot of resources.
Wait, isn't At Night the one that wrote that article about the truth serum stuff?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
and also I think it's the same website, right? Originally was Heels, right? They were the people that the Heels.
And
were.
ironic, At Night was founded, that's the one we just looked up, that's his corporation. It was founded on the 23rd. The 23rd is the day that Julia, it was 3 days before Sebastian, and it was the same day that Julia was in that really atrocious guy's chat. Yeah, and Julia comes from PA too. And remember what we learned about her? She was also part of a production company and said she had friends in high places. Anyway.
There's a lot of lawyers, a lot of people that can call people. We have, for example, there'll be a call with, I don't know the governor's name in Tennessee, I'm sorry, but One World's attorney is going to speak with the governor out in Tennessee because One World's attorney is the former Pennsylvania Attorney General, right? So that companies like this get involved because of the ability to make phone calls, to get the higher ups, the governors of the states, the feds. I mean, the FBI is already on the case. They are on it. They got on it and I know they announced that they've been on it for a while, but it was toward the end of August. There's not a problem. It's just because they had no need to get involved, right? Private contractors come in when the case needs help, whether it be raising awareness, whether it be locating subjects, whether it be locating intelligence. Thank you for the membership. I have to do shout outs down the road. I'm going to do it. I get lost easily if I get off track. But again, a lot of the services that are offered are like the truth serum stuff. Yeah, there are territories that's allowed, and U.S. territories. So the company that does that stuff, it's not like it's a crack house. It's a literal operation, and it's been done before for other people. Now, this is interesting because it's funny. This company that is essentially, they've worked trials. They do everything from, let me think of names that I can say that won't. They have done a lot of rather newsworthy stuff. They have successfully gotten people into Me Too and out of Me Too, which is wild, right? So they helped the government get certain people into the Me Too situation, and because they needed to, they were monsters, and then they helped others get out of it, which is wild. They are able to do that kind of stuff because not that they have connects, but they have.
Yeah, he's boring as shit.
I mean, he just basically admitted that his group can apparently put people into Me Too, meaning that he can have people convicted of being ex-offenders and all that stuff and RRs, or he can get the RRs off, like the people who are against, RRs, I'm just saying for the sake of YouTube, from actually not being prosecuted because, that's what he does. That's his job.
Right.
I mean, for profit. So if you pay this guy enough money and you're like a Weinstein, hey, get you off. Why not? Okay. Yeah, he's boring. And you probably want to skip to the part where, because this is like the 2-hour one. You probably want to skip to the part where he has the glasses off because that's the new one.
Oh, I was going to say, this says 3 minutes and 35 seconds, the one I got up.
Oh, no, that one's the short one. No, I thought you meant Nick. This is third.
Oh. No. This is what you had in the back.
Yeah, I like this one. This is a good song. I like the song.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was Betty's video or whatever.
It is. It has like the intro to the video as well. It talks about it's Betty's cooking.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go.
In the kitchen, she's on fire with rock salt in hand. Her meat's her desire. Every sprinkle, every dash elevates the flavor with each bite of her dish. You'll surely savor rock salt magic. It's the secret to her art. In every meaty creation, she pours her heart. From steaks to sausages, she cooks with a smile. Her culinary prowess goes on for miles. With a sizzle and sear, the aroma fills the air. Eat at Chef Betty's and you'll forget your care. Industrial rock salt brings life to the meat. A dance of flavors, so savory and sweet. Oh, Chef Bull Meat Betty, the queen of the grill. With rock salt sprinkles, she's giving us thrills. Her hearty creations bring joy to the feast. Once you taste her cooking, you'll want it at least.
Oh, it's loading. It's still going on. It's just loading. Just reloading.
Oh my God, that is, yeah.
Oh, there's more.
And it's official. We got Cooking Betty today, okay? It's better than jail. We got Salisbury steaks up in the house. I don't know how many people are going to be in here. Not doing a whole lot today. We're talking about true crime while we cook Salisbury steaks. I've already got the potatoes cut up and the pork are already on. They're white. My potatoes are white potatoes. How do you keep your potatoes from turning color?
Potatoes turn
For
color.
those that don't know, is you peel them, you have a bucket of water, and you cut them and put them right in the pot of water. You don't allow them to get too much oxygen, which changes the color of the potato to orange, yellow, even sometimes brown. So you want to get those in the water as quickly as possible.
Right.
I'm always concerned when I don't season my meat for a night. And I've got these new like rock salt and peppercorn. So I'm not sure if I seasoned it correctly on the rock salt and peppercorn. I like it to get a little crusty on the burger before I flip it. But food. We have food. Now I might. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I didn't taste bad. There is that. We'll see what's going on here.
Oh, gross!
It's pretty unhinged. Disgusting cooking. Ew. God bless.
That was pretty funny. I like that song in the beginning.
We need to clarify that rock salt is what you use for like pickling and making ice cream.
Yeah.
What she's got is coarse salt that you're grinding into fine.
Yeah. Like Himalayan salt.
And salt are not the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Blank Slate.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just had a quick maybe story time that kind of relates back to old Seth Rogers.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about calling in on this for a while, and I hope I'm not blasting y'all out. I'm using my phone. Y'all are kind of quiet.
All right.
Okay. A long time ago, when my kids were still little, we used to go over to my neighbor's house and play Dungeons and Dragons and other tabletop type role-playing games with my first husband. It was with his best friend. His best friend kind of ran the games, and every time we went over there, it just kind of depended on who they invited over, who was going to play. So when we would go over and play, there would be different people there playing with us. Maybe we knew them, maybe we didn't. And you know, my kids got a little older and they weren't as much interested, so we didn't go do that anymore. Forward a little bit, maybe around 2010. My daughter was in high school, and one of her teachers was somebody that we played these role-playing games with. So it just happenstance that one of her teachers was this person. About midway through her, maybe 2010, 2011, somewhere in there, This person that I'm talking about was convicted of charges with minors. Luckily, nothing happened with my daughter or anything like that. But the point I'm trying to make is Sean or Seth brought his child to go play role-playing games. And it just, you don't know who's going to be there to play. And I'm just, kind of shaken up because I've been thinking about this aspect of it, which nobody has ever really kind of talked about, is that he did say early on that he did, after he admitted that, sometimes he got online and sometimes they did this with his friends. And that was one of the things that he had said. So my point is, you never know who's at those games. And it happened to me. It happened to us. Someone we played with was convicted of those type charges with a minor. So very concerning.
Do you remember, Mike Slate, do you remember what interview that was in that he talked about doing that?
It was kind of, I've been thinking about this for a while, but it was around the time that he admitted that Sebastian had access on a gaming system and he gamed with his friends. So it was around the time that right before maybe Taco came around. And that's when I started really kind of thinking about it because it was
like a role-playing game online, like with his phone?
No, he said he went to, I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am, that he had taken Sebastian to play with some of his friends.
See, I don't remember that. So I appreciate you saying that and giving me a time frame. Chats, a couple of people in chat are saying they think it was Pascal. So I definitely will do a little bit of research.
Yeah.
But you know what? We all know. I mean, hell, I was scrolling live feeds the other night and there were 2 13-year-old girls on YouTube Live and they had their damn phone number pinned as the comment. So, I mean, yeah, dangerous.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just wanted to bring it back that, although at first people said that he didn't really have access to the outside world or other people who might be able to convince him, that there are better ways to live than with his parents. But that's not accurate. And we definitely found out that wasn't accurate. And so I really regret exposing my children to people I didn't know. I just thought it was a good time, and it turned out later that the same guy was one of my kids' teachers. So she felt, comfortable around this person. Luckily for us, it didn't happen with her, but it's scary. It's scary out there. And when you expose your kids to, and I'm just going to say that kind of world, that role-playing game, online role-playing game, there are some, just like any other hobby, but there are some real weirdos in there. Just from experience. So that's my story time. And I just wanted to kind of connect it back because I keep wanting to call in and then I've just been dealing with a lot of stuff at home. And I just thought we're at the end of the show. I'll kind of wrap it back to that. And we'll go from there. I got somebody at my door. Queen, I just want to say happy birthday late. Have a happy birthday month. And I appreciate you guys. And I'll be back in the chat in just a few minutes. Talk to you later.
Michelle Martin gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for supporting the Hive. If you guys got one, make sure you give her a shout. And the real Sunflower says, I hope the judge tells her, just saying. I hope the judge does too. How are you, Bittersweet? Or Bitter Tea? Sorry, I thought it was Bittersweet. Bitter Tea, how are you?
You always call me Bittersweet. That's all right.
I know, and I don't know why it just comes out that way. Bitter Tea.
It's okay. Call me whatever you want. I'll answer.
How are you, love? What's going on?
I'm all right. Well, I heard Betty's live this morning and it just hit me the wrong way in all kinds of ways. And so I got like half a dozen things I wanted to say to her. But first off, I didn't follow the Summer Wells thing, even though it's not very far from my house either. But I think it's wrong what she done to Dawn and Candace as well. But that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. But one thing I was going to say, bringing it back to Sebastian and his friends, I was told by someone at some point that he didn't have a lot of friends at school and stuff like that, and that that his name had kind of fallen on the wayside not long after he came up missing. And I was in the hospital for about 3 months at the beginning of the year, right after he came up missing. And my nurse and I were talking about him. And she lived there in that area, and she told me that her son and Sebastian were really close friends. And she was telling me about how he was really, missing him and stuff like that, which made me feel better because she was telling me how he was not forgotten about. So that made me feel better, knowing that. So that just goes to show me how crisscross things are told on these lives that people are doing on these shows. That from one life to another, things are being told differently. Nobody knows which ones are true. Like, even I don't know which ones are true, and I live right here in that community. So
Well, that's really nice of you to say, because I know that that was one thing that Katie and Chris had talked about in interviews, was the one thing he always wanted was friends. So, I mean, the fact that your nurse had a child that was friends with him, I mean, that says a lot. Did I drop or did everybody else drop?
I think you're still here.
Oh, shit. There we go. Like, now I understand how you feel, B. Tim. I get it.
I was waiting for Bittersweet.
was it me? Did I drop?
No, you just didn't say anything. Voices told you, like, literally told you about her deepest, darkest secrets in her life, and you just ignored her. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I think my phone may have went off. I'm so sorry.
I mean, like, it was only this one-time thing. Voices would ever tell you this, and you know what?
Voices, I'm sorry.
That was a joke. I'm joking with you.
Oh, honey, it's okay. He's just pulling your leg.
Oh, what I was saying to you, back to you, that Katie always wanted him to have friends, and that she was worried about that. Is that what you said?
Yep, that's what I said, was that was one of the things that they talked about, was that, he wanted friends. That was the one thing that he wanted so much, was friends.
Well, the two of us had talked about that at length. I don't know why the two of us discussed that on such a low level, because at some point I got frustrated with the whole Sebastian thing and kind of just quit following the story after all the drama ensued, and I just quit watching it there for a while because it kind of just pissed me off, to be honest. But anyway, that's beside the point. I should have continued to follow it anyway because I really wanted to know what was going on with him. But and then so another thing that bothered me this morning with Betty was that she's on there and she's talking about church, and I don't know how any respectable person can get on there and in one breath sit there and talk about people and call them names, and in the next breath talk about how much of a Christian she is. Because there, in no church have I ever been a part.
I think she cut off.
She's gone.
She dropped off, but she's right back. Here we go.
Am I gone again?
You're back now.
Well, I be shit. What? How much did I say before it quit?
It just right before you stopped.
Yeah, with the church. She said, I don't
Right,
know how
yeah,
long
she was
church.
calling names about the church. Yeah.
Oh, I said she cussed. She calls people names, and I don't know of any respectable church that would allow people to call people names, whale lips, and da 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 da, and all this, and in the next breath be talking about the church and how great that is that they are a part of this church and all this, that, and another. I've never heard of a church like that.
What the hell was that?
No,
It was
that was
so
your theme
wild.
song. That was
Your
your
music
theme.
No, are
just
you
so
playing in the background or what?
Me,
that's-
it's not me. I promise. I ain't got anything playing.
What are you doing to us? What are you doing, Better? You're just who are you working for? Are you working with Dog Bounty Hunter to throw us off the trail? What
I
you
was the
doing?
CIA, man. I'm just kidding.
Working with Nick the Hat? I see how it is.
But I just thought, here you are. I don't know how you think that. I mean, that's not a Christian life. You don't live. I mean, and I'm not saying I'm the best Christian ever because I am not. Clearly, I just sat there and said a cuss word. But you're not going to get up there and preach to me in one voice about how we need to go to church and how, this, that, and another, and then, sit there and call people names and cuss people and do things the way that you have conducted yourself and this highfalutin Christian and tell people how to lead their lives and how you should attend church service with her on a Sunday afternoon. Because those who throw stones should not live in glass houses. And she certainly needs to sweep under her own doorstep before she starts sweeping under others.
That's right.
That was something else that really bothered me today. And then to tell people about how they need to spend their money that they gathered up, donating that money that they gathered and putting on those billboards. Well, if I wanted to put a billboard on the crack of my ass and I paid for it, by gosh, that's where the hell I'm going to put it. Because she didn't put no money toward it. So she needs to mind her own damn business. She doesn't need to be telling her followers where the people need to put the billboards. Because when she starts
Right.
donating to it, then she can tell. Because I don't see any of her team over there putting any money toward any of the billboards. I just think that's foolish that you think that you've got a right to say where they think it needs to go. And then I guess I've bitched long enough. But anyway, the last thing I thought I would just say was that at what detriment? Let's just say that she thinks that she's got. Well, I guess two more things. Let's just say that you think that you're the best thing ever. That you think that you really want to be on this case because you just think that that's where you need to be, right? But at what detriment do you work a case and it harmed the case, but you're still wanting to be on it? If you see that you're hurting the case, even though you're wanting to be on it, at what detriment do you turn away, though? I mean,
As long as she's making money, she ain't going nowhere, baby.
right. I realize that. But if you
And it
claim
doesn't
you're
matter
in it
how
for
much damage she does to this case.
if you're claiming you're in it for the right reason, let's pretend. If you claim you're in it for the right reason, which she claims she is, if you say that you're hurting that case, why wouldn't you walk away if you're in it for the right reason, which we both all know she's not? You're clearly showing that you're not in it for the right reason just by just continuing to do what you're doing and the actions that you continue to show at everybody. I mean, that's my thought on that.
Well, she's a hypocrite and she's a terrible person that doesn't care about this child at all. She only sees this as a way to get views. And right now, she's hanging tighter than she can ever imagine to this case because it's the only way to save her ass from going to jail because she needs a ton of money and she knows the only relevance she has right now is this case. And that's the only way that she can raise money is this case.
And that's something else, too. She was referring this morning to, like, well, basically, she had educated herself by watching shows like CSI and, whatever. Is she retarded?
Well, let's not use that word.
I'm talking about if she's really physically, mentally handicapped, retarded. I'm not.
Let's not use the R word just in case. But is she like?
I don't mean it in a negative. Mentally.
Well, is she like not like the proper word? Probably would be like, is she like
mentally
dumb?
Handicapped?
Or she could just say dumb. Is she dumb?
Okay, we'll use that word then. I meant, is there a mentally problem there? Because you cannot watch, and I didn't mean that toward. I totally meant that in a mental thing because I don't think she's mentally processing things properly. You cannot. think she really thinks that that's how things work in the everyday world, because I've read the things that she's posted in the in
Well, I think she
Queen's
has a point.
Files, and just by reading just the concept of her wording, like that wording would never fly in a law, anything written from a law's office.
I mean, like
And she,
I give you an example. I mean, like for instance, you watch a lot of trials, and it's not like TV where you have like one lab that handles all this stuff. Like
exactly.
there's multiple. Like there's a lab that handles. I keep on bringing in the camera stuff, but like there was a lab that handled the phone. There was a
I
lab that
know.
handled the data extraction. There was a lab that handled the glass. There was a lab that handled like what the testing.
I know. You're
You
telling
know,
somebody that worked in the legal field for many, many
yeah.
years. I did
So
a lot of legal. I did all kinds of murder cases and stuff. I know.
yeah, and there's so many like policies and procedures by officers in different areas how to collect evidence and reports, and you're not going to find that out by watching Law and Order and CSI.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's
That was
just
my point.
ridiculous. Yeah, it's a
And she thinks
ridiculous
these,
thought process.
they show on there and they get fingerprints and they're identified in 5 seconds. That stuff does not happen.
Yeah, no,
And
it's
I'm just thinking, are you that dense that you cannot figure out that what you've seen on television is not the exact same thing that happens in the real world?
yeah. I mean, that's because she doesn't understand that TV's not real. Apparently, because obviously, you would never have one lab handle all the evidence collection because number one, they wouldn't have all the materials to handle all the evidence collection. Number two is that let's say one member actually does something stupid that would throw all the evidence that they ever collected out in the garbage heap, and they would be in big trouble. Number
Exactly.
three, it's like there's policies and procedures in each state and how to handle evidence, and it's not something you're going to learn from just watching TV. You have to go to school for it. You have to go to on the field training. It's not easy. It's a hard job. It's a job that require be a police officer, a detective is a tough job,
Exactly.
and it's not something
Like,
you're
for
going to learn on
example, I
TV.
could never work in a lab because I don't have the patience. And my daughter graduated from college with a biology degree, and I don't know how in God's name she does it. She hates lab work. I don't know why she graduated with a biology degree, but she hates lab work. Could make tons of money doing lab work, and she won't do it. She'd rather do anything but lab work, but that's what her degree's in. And I'm like, why in God's name did you do that? She's a loner, but you have to be a loner and someone that's willing to do that kind of stuff. But I could never do it. I'm not meticulous enough, but I'm a word person. I could
Yeah.
type all day long and do it very well and word things properly. But I've seen her wording in Queen stuff. I've not ever reviewed more than the few pages that I've seen on Burnt Toast's page. But she's obviously either not done a lot of legal work that's required. She might have answered a telephone or maybe type deeds in, maybe where she's typed the legal descriptions in or something. But she's never worked where she's had to draft a legal document, because if she has, her attorney had to be drunk.
No,
When
I
he,
don't think she's. I think she mostly copies from other attorneys' work, and then she inserts her own thing, but not understanding like what you should put in, how you should set up a complaint, how to set up things, and that stuff.
it's horrid. What she writes is horrid. I couldn't believe it. If I had ever done something like that, my attorney would have died. But anyway, that's besides the point. I'm just saying, she's something's not clicking in her brain.
Well,
And
I think she. I honestly think I don't think it's a mental thing with her. I think she got away with a lot of things in her life. She used the pretend I'm a victim card a lot. She got away with it, and she now thinks she can continue to get away with it because, unfortunately, she has gotten away with a lot of this stuff. She's gotten away with what did she do to her ex-husband? She not only divorced him but got the house. What did she do with Summer Wells? She not only got more subs and money, but she got Don and fired from his job and fucked with him. In many scenarios, this lady with the Quentin Simon, what was the big backlash? She got more views, and really, she didn't go to jail. Dolly went to jail. He's the one that suffered the consequences. She didn't suffer jack.
And there was something I was thinking about too. How they were saying that so this is completely different from her, but you know how they were saying that Sebastian had never snuck out before. No kid is. I mean, every kid. I'm not saying he had ever snuck out before. If he did sneak out, and I'm not saying he did. Let's just say he did sneak out. But every parent thinks their kid hadn't snuck out till the time that they catch them that first time, right? You know what I'm saying? So,
Yes, ma'am.
so I mean, that could have been his first time if he did sneak out theoretically, and then as far as him being kidnapped, and I don't know what happened to him, and I don't even have a theory as to what happened to him. I don't even. I'd be scared to guess because every day my theory changes, so I don't know. But I feel so sorry for Katie that it's unreal. I don't even know how she goes on with her life every day and puts a smile on her face. It's horrid what's happened to her too. But I can't imagine putting my child to bed and him not being there the next morning. But somebody had to know that that child was in that home because they had to pick a house with a child. They obviously had to watch that house and know that he was going to bed there if it was a kidnapping. And so my thinking about that is that they had to have watched him to have snuck him. I mean, for him to have left the house and to be kidnapped out of it. And like, what could Katie have done differently? There's nothing she could have done differently. That's like saying that every parent in the world whose child was kidnapped could have done something differently. And there have been dozens of children all over the United States that have been kidnapped from their bedrooms and have been legitimate kidnappings. And you would have to blame every single one of them, and that would be unfair to do because they have enough guilt in their own hearts without blaming themselves for something that legitimately would not be their fault. So that's just an unrealistic thought.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of unrealistic thoughts in this case, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree 100%. So, and then, so I was pissed off 10 ways of Sunday this morning. Everything I guess she's done has just pissed me off. So I guess I was just running off at the mouth. So I'm sorry I took up the last 25-30 minutes of your show. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not my show. It's everyone's. You know, everyone can jump up, and it's enough for everyone to jump up for.
Hey, this is an open panel. I mean, and I've enjoyed listening to your perspective.
Well, I don't know that it's much of a perspective. I just think she just caught me in the mood this morning that I just wasn't in the. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, I think Betty is not going to be happy tomorrow. I think she's going to be very unhappy. I think she's definitely going to jail. I think like 90% sure she's going to jail tomorrow. I don't know how long she's going to jail, but she's
You
going
mean
to jail.
Tuesday?
What?
You mean Tuesday?
No, I mean tomorrow. It's the 9th.
Well, she has a meeting tomorrow, but she has court Tuesday, so.
Yeah, my bad. Tuesday,
so it'll be
right.
Tuesday, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gone, Queen. Queen, I want to tell you that I very much appreciate you allowing me. Every time I've come on your panel, you've been very nice and you've allowed me on your panel. And I know that it takes a lot to run an open panel and that you run it very well, and that I know that it opens you up to, I guess, a lot of liability because people get on here and run their mouth just like I just, when I called her, I didn't mean it in a negative thing to anybody else. I literally meant what I was saying, as in her having a mental problem. I wasn't meaning it in a. I really think
there's a lot of people that say the R word.
something's wrong with her.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying there's a lot of people who say that word, and I mean, you know, to each their own. We just don't really dig it over here, you know.
Yeah, well, I
could say, but you know what though? Listen, we grew up on the words, like we grew up with the word.
Oh yeah. Like I don't walk around calling people. I wouldn't walk around calling somebody that just to be calling that. I just think something like that is the proper, if you look it up, it is the proper terminology for the word I was looking for. But
Right.
I do think there's something wrong with it. But in my point to saying that was, I know that it opens you up to liability when somebody says that, and I do apologize. I did not mean it to come off like I was using it in the wrong term. I meant it in the emphatically the way that it is definitioned. I did not mean it as a slur. I meant it just as its definition. I think something's really wrong with her mentally. Um, I don't know what it is, but I do think something's wrong with her. I'm so beyond her. She's just, some of the stuff that she does makes me really think that she's mentally not there.
I don't know. That gives her an excuse for her bad behavior. I think she's just a very spoiled little brat that gets away with everything. And she's got to find out soon enough that you're not going to get away with all this bullshit that you've gotten away with.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how bad Sumner County is. A few months ago, I was coming from I told you I spent like 3 months in the hospital, but I was coming back from, there's a standalone ER there where I was going. And I was coming off of the little bypass there to get to the ER. And the police pulls me over. And they pulled me over for going too slow.
Oh my God.
I kid you not. And had it not been for me, my daughter happened to be friends with the guy's son. If it hadn't been for that, if I didn't look at his name tag, I knew his name by the name tag. If it hadn't been for that, I would have gotten a ticket. So it is, they are very, I'm telling you, they will get you for anything and everything. And I have never been pulled over for going too slow, ever. But I was just so sick I couldn't hardly drive. But it was just a mess. But anyway.
Yeah, that happens. But you know what? Living in a small town too, if you know their names and stuff, and that's why Betty's gotten away with the shit she's gotten away with, because she's from a small town. Her mom worked for the judge, so a lot of shit slipped by. She got away with a lot of shit that normally normal folks don't get away with.
Yeah.
Here, I gotta read this off real fast. Southern Ish says with the 49.99 Super Sticker says, how about we not watch creators who have been arrested for violating ROs? There is no reason to focus on that. Please focus on Sebastian's safe return. Don't focus on peeps who are definitely unhinged and are maliciously coming after creators. Well, see, she's been maliciously coming after me for a long time. She actually filed a frivolous lawsuit on me over a year ago. And I kept my mouth shut for a year. Didn't say a word about her, didn't speak about her, never said anything else about her, nothing. When that lawsuit was dismissed by the judge and she turned around and refiled it with the same bullshit, the same lies, and continued to spread fucking lies, not only on me, but other people, other families, you know what I mean? Continue to harass and families. Oh no, I'm definitely going to bring attention to that malicious ass bitch. I'm going to make sure everybody knows she's a malicious, nasty motherfucker.
Praise Jesus.
That bitch needs exposed for every fucking thing, nasty ass thing she's done to these families and all the fucking bullshit she's done, all the harassing, all the fucking fuck shit she's pulled. Oh, hell no.
She's lucky Clue hasn't filed something against her.
She really should. Threatening to piss in her yard? Oh, no.
Well, she just keeps on with this stuff.
She goes on the news. She goes on the news, and then she, you know what I'm saying? She thinks that she's, doing something good. She thinks that her name. What do you mean, baby? Shit, I think I took your post wrong. I don't know. Maybe I did. She is a malicious little bitch. And no, you know what though? I think that she likes the attention. So I could see why you say don't give her the attention, because she likes it. She likes the attention. She likes to be. That's what she says. She wants all the news cameras in there. She likes this attention.
You know that I don't know that you caught this. I don't know that any of you caught this, but you know that the phone call that she blamed Clue for, or blamed you for?
Yep.
At the hotel. Okay. You remember the day that the Beer Can Island lady or whatever
Uh-huh.
she is. Okay. After that happened, that week after that, or like the weekend after that happened, like that happened on a Friday or Saturday, like that Monday or Sunday after that happened, on your live, there was a female, or I assume it was a female from the name on it because I can't recall the exact name on it. She had wrote a post on, had written something on a comment, and she apologized for. She said that she apologized for making that phone call to Betty's hotel while she was in Tennessee. That she guessed that she had gotten the correct, and I want to say microtel hotel room. That she never thought that she would have gotten blamed for it.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see that comment. I don't think.
I was meaning to tell you or Clue One about it, and I absolutely forgot about it.
Was it on my was it on my comments or was it in Clue's?
It was yours. It rolled across the bottom of your screen, and it was the Beer Can Island lady, right after like the.
Well, because
the
Michelle
live.
said she made a police. Okay, so Michelle is the one who made the. She actually called and made a police report because she said Betty was really unhinged, but that was when she jumped out on the Bauer socks.
Okay, this was the day that whatever that day was that the Beer Can Island lady went to pulled up in Betty's yard.
And see, she didn't. All she did was drive down the road to her rental house, and Betty tried to accuse her of pulling up in her driveway or up in her yard. She never did. She just
So
drove
whatever
down
day
the road.
that was,
Yeah.
that was like a Friday or Saturday. Friday, I think, maybe. And then like the next day you did a live, or the next, whichever day was the next day you did a show. And then whoever it was had a comment, and that comment, it went across the bottom of your screen. Because I don't read your comments usually, because I watch it on my television. So I seen it on my TV. So it went across the bottom of my TV. And I would have swore it said I would have swore it said Microtel Hotel, that she had picked the right one, and that she apologized that she had gotten blamed for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder who that was, or because, like I said, I kept thinking it was the office or the front desk calling, because I mean, I didn't know that. I didn't see that comment either. I wish you would screenshot it, or if you knew it, you know what I mean, or figure out how to go back to it, or if you see it again, shoot me a screenshot
If
of
we
it or
knew
something.
what weekend that was, I could figure it out.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Southernish says, Queen, I'm saying other people focusing on her channel. Yes, I'm on your side. Right. I knew what you meant, but I'm just saying I definitely think she needs attention brought to her with her bullshit, and I do appreciate you. Psycho Cunt here says, wop, wop, wop. Let's talk about Betty for a minute. Her audacity knows no limit. Think it's cool to dehumanize, and I'm gonna have to mute you, baby. You gotta go turn your TV off, okay? Will you go turn your TV off? Because I hear it in the background. I hear myself. Dehumanize, and bad kids should be euthanized. Betty, please leave victims alone. If my kid goes missing, the bitch better stay home. What? I know that's right. She better not ever fucking come around here. Fuck that.
Yes, sir, he did it.
Julie A gifted 10 memberships. I appreciate that, Julie A. Thank you so much, baby.
Anyway, Queen, I got to skedaddle. I'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll see you later, B Tim. All right, did you get the TV off, baby?
I didn't have a TV on. I'm sitting here in the dark. But I am going to get off here and leave you alone. I didn't mean to take up that much of your time. Y'all have a great day.
Oh, you're fine. You're all right.
Y'all ladies have a good one.
You too, baby. We'll see you later.
Bye.
I know we've been on here probably 4 hours. I probably better skedaddle my damn self. I need to get some stuff done. It's Sunday.
That's what I was just realizing. I'm like, okay, my other things are done. Now I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go in back onto earbuds. So,
yeah.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Dinner and stuff. I appreciate you. Thank you, love.
Bye.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out on this fine Sunday with me, and I will catch y'all on the flip side. If I get bored later, we'll pop on here, but more than likely, I'll catch y'all on the flip side in the morning. And what? Hold on. Those bullies playing games is stupid. I know that's right. Yeah, well, I was gonna go over to the hive, but I had to change some stuff around over there. So I don't know. I mean, I'll have to go back over there. We'll have to figure some stuff out. But I will catch you guys on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out. And as always, thank you guys for supporting the hive. I will catch you guys later. Bye, y'all. Happy Sunday.